those briefings not liking what they heard.
I left the intelligence briefing more concerned than reassured. If the case for war were strong, it would be consistent. Instead, the rationales change by the hour.
It's also very clear this administration has no plan for the day after. They've stumbled into this. They are trying to destroy the Iranian regime, and they have no plan for what comes next.
But Republicans came out saying Democrats are just playing politics.
Maybe they don't want to hear what the plan is because they just don't like this president. They seem to root against anything he does.
Democrats are now demanding a vote on a war powers resolution for Iran, accusing President Trump of illegally bombing Iran without congressional approval.
We are not going to allow this administration to continue to act illegally, unconstitutionally, and without the designated authority to do what it is doing.
But Jesse, you'll remember this. Back in 2011, Nancy Pelosi said then President Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya.
Madam Leader, you're saying that the president did not need authorization initially and still does not need any authorization from Congress on Libya?
Yes.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you all very much.
Well, I asked House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries about that earlier today.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Back in 2011, Nancy Pelosi said that then President Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya. Now House Democrats say President Trump needs that approval to bomb Iran. What's the difference?
Well, obviously, Libya and the circumstances connected to that were very different than the circumstance that we face in Iran right now. I mean, I don't even understand the genesis or basis of that question. Not suggesting that you're not asking it in good faith.
Libya went on for 7 months.
As I've indicated, first of all, it was not in Congress at the time.
And Jesse, Congresswoman Pelosi's office told us tonight that they considered Libya back then to just be a limited operation, even though it lasted for 7 months and included a no-fly zone, while they consider what's going on in Iran right now a, quote, potential escalating war. They say you need congressional approval for that, even though we're only 4 days into this thing, Jesse. I'll send it back to you.
Bill, thank you very much. Texas Senator Ted Cruz joins us now. Senator, you see these Democrats pour out of these intel briefings, and I don't know if they're going to different briefings than you guys are. Why are they saying these things?
Well, unfortunately, facts don't matter for today's Democrats. The national security doesn't matter for today's Democrats. I was in that same briefing. It was a 2-hour classified briefing this afternoon, and we had the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the head of the CIA, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, all laying out the really incredible successes the American military has had and the Israeli military has had in these first 4 days. And I will tell you, more than half the briefing was questions from various senators, and it alternates Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican. Every single Democrat, their questions were just attacking the operation. And really, you know, it is amazing to see Democrats line up to effectively defend the Ayatollah. You know, you look at that exchange you just had with Hakeem Jeffries. His answer, what's the difference? Well, that was Barack Obama. So they supported whatever Barack Obama did. This is Donald Trump, and they oppose whatever Donald Trump does. And there used to be a time when politics ended at the water's edge, that the two parties would be partisan on political conflicts at home, but when it came to standing up to America's enemies, we stood together. I will say it is distressing watching Democrats just use everything as an excuse to attack President Trump. The president's decision to launch this military action was the single most consequential decision of his presidency. And the fact that the Ayatollah is dead, that his senior leaders have been eliminated, that the missiles they're developing are being eliminated, that is making America much, much safer. The reason the president gave the order to begin the bombing is because Iran presented a serious threat to the United States. Iran, over 47 years, has been the #1 funder, state funder of terrorism in the world. Over 90% of Hamas's budget comes from Iran. Over 90% of Hezbollah's and the Houthis' budget comes from Iran. The Ayatollah was responsible for murdering nearly 1,000 Americans and also for hiring hitmen to try to murder President Trump. And so President Trump acted decisively to take out this threat to America. And it's sad that the Democrats just want to play politics with it.
Yeah, and they're going to be playing politics no matter how it goes in the midterms. And we have something to announce right here. We have some partial results that are pouring in out of the great state of Texas. This is the Republican primary right now. Only 15% of the vote in, but you have the incumbent Senator John Cornyn, about 55% of the vote, leads by quite a bit over Paxton. Do you think this is going to stay this way, or could you see it changing?
I think this race is very likely to go to a runoff. I don't know the breakdown. Typically, with Texas election returns, what gets reported first are the big cities, and so it takes a little bit of time. We'll have results in the next few hours, but the early returns with just 15% in, it depends a lot which districts are reporting and which counties are reporting.
Okay, because we have the Democrat. That's also trickling in. We had Crockett up by about 10, a little less than 10.
Yeah, my suspicion on both of those is that's predominantly big cities, which tend to be a greater percentage of African-American voters, just a different voter composition than, say, the suburbs or the rural areas in Texas.
Okay, should be interesting down there in the Lone Star State. Senator Ted Cruz, great to talk to you as always. Thank you very much.
You too.
Bill and Hillary Clinton confronted over Jeffrey Epstein. Got a little crazy.
To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers, Jess from Planetary Design will pour 60 cups of coffee for 60 adventurers.
Shoot, lost count.
Shop small business on Amazon. To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers, John from Blue Corn Beeswax will light 60 candles for Marv and Ethel's 60th wedding anniversary.
Marv? Ethel?
Shop small business on Amazon.
We pull people off the street and ask them about their hearts.
How's your heart? My heart's pretty good.
You sure?
How do you know? You're driving a car, you have the check engine light, but the heart doesn't have a hey, check heart sign.
Check your heart in just 30 seconds with Cardio Mobile and enjoy the convenience and reliability of a medical-grade EKG from anywhere. And you can get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at Cardio.com or Amazon, so you can start taking charge of your heart health.
I want to show you something. Put both fingers right on those pads. There you go. In 30 seconds, we're going to have a medical-grade EKG reading. There it is. That is you. Look at that.
Cardio Mobile is proven to detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, which, when left untreated, can increase your risk of stroke by 5 times. Cardio Mobile has recorded over 300 million EKGs, and it's our most clinically validated personal EKG. Checking your heart anytime, anywhere has never been easier. Get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at Cardio.com or Amazon.
Oh, gum problems. You need new Parodontax Gum Strengthen and Protect with hyaluronic acid. It strengthens the gum seal for long-lasting gum protection. The gum experts.
When you need longer-lasting body pain relief, try Aleve. Just one dose of Aleve provides pain relief for up to 12 hours from all types of body pain. Aleve, longer-lasting body pain relief.
I used to go for walks every morning, and then my arthritis got so bad it just became unbearable. I tried nearly everything to alleviate my pain, and the only thing that worked is the Hempvana Arthritis Pain Relief Gel. All I do is apply it to my feet and my ankles daily, and it provides almost immediate relief.
Hempvana Arthritis is the ultra-strength pain relief gel that specifically targets the pain caused by arthritis in your hands, shoulders, knees, ankles, wrists, and more. Available now at Walmart and on Amazon with immediate free shipping.
Your Florida life is calling, and we have the answer. Valencia in Florida by GL Homes. Premium 55-plus living in 5 prime Florida locations. Gorgeous new homes from the mid-300s to $2.5 million. World-class resort-style living 24/7. Huge clubhouses, on-site dining, pickleball, and more. Effortless, low-maintenance. Valencia, your Florida life is calling. Experience more at valenciaflorida.com.
My son was always a happy-go-lucky kid. He was 25 when he got injured. You walk in this intensive care room and you don't even recognize him.
The need for Wounded Warrior Project continues. Your support is even more important now because the greatest casualty is being forgotten.
It was a real hard time for us and Walk's Wounded Warrior Project. That's right there is where everything started changing.
Our donors helped Eric's family receive programs and services that rebuilt their lives. Please join those who are already faithfully giving. Call or go online with your gift of just $19 a month.
Eric's come a long ways, and he doesn't give up. Do you? You just keep fighting and pushing forward.
My life is not what I planned, but Wounded Warrior Project has helped me get past the pain and negativity.
Please, call or go online with your gift of $19 a month, and we'll send you this Wounded Warrior Project blanket as a thank you.
That's a very powerful logo. One warrior carried another one off the battlefield. The way I see it is the people of this nation carried that warrior.
Please, give a little to those who gave so much for us.
At Farmers, we know compromises can be compromising.
You would stop this?
Yep. Even had a few screws left over.
Is it supposed to sound like that?
Cutting corners can leave you drowning in regret. If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with Farmers, you can get quality and savings. A for effort, though. A minus, maybe.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Fox News alert, we got the tapes. The Clintons were under oath being questioned on Epstein and wasn't pretty. But Hillary thinks she is.
Mr. Epstein is commenting, and he quotes, "Hey, Hillary Clinton is much prettier in person." This was Tuesday, September 20th, 2011. And then another...
Congressman, I'm not going to object to that.
A source told the Post Hillary's team demanded beauty lighting for the deposition and kept moving the camera to get the best angle. Maybe that's why she lost it when a congresswoman leaked a pic.
Particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing. If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm done with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
So I would like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was...
It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
I would like to take a break at this moment.
Yeah,
I'd like to have a conversation.
For now.
Go off the record. Go off the record.
Bubba, on the other hand, was beaming. He took a little trip down memory lane, flipping through photos, all smiles. One thing they saw eye to eye on, Epstein may not have killed himself.
Mr. President, what did you accept? That he killed himself or that he did not?
That he did, but I don't know.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Neither
Mr.
do
President.
you. We don't. None of us know.
And then he was finally indicted for serious crimes, and he was in prison, and then he mysteriously died.
Bill says this is all just one big misunderstanding. The trips were for charity, and the girls on the plane, they were just handing out peanuts.
I never saw anybody do anything wrong. I thought they were flight attendants.
Do flight attendants typically wear tank tops and jeans?
They don't all wear uniforms on private planes.
What kind of flight attendant gives massages?
Have you received more than one massage from these trips with Mr. Epstein and the young girls that were present?
I don't recall them, but the problem I remember from that trip was that my neck had spasmed and I was in, and so they offered to help and I let them help.
Who helped loosen him up? Bill never forgets a face.
Have you ever had contact with an individual by the name of Shantae Davies?
I believe Shantae that's a distinctive name, and so I think that was the name of one of his flight attendants.
Did you ever receive a massage or have physical contact from her or anyone else on that trip?
You've seen the pictures. There was one time when I was sitting up and I got a back rub, a neck rub.
Okay.
And I think Shantae did it, but I'm not sure.
Shantae is an Epstein accuser. Bill knows her by name. and she was giving him massages in an airport.
Do you think a young girl massaging a president is unusual? So are you asking his opinion? Well, he was massaged by a young woman. I'm asking if he thinks it's unusual that a president, sitting president of the United States, leader of the free world, that
So
it's
I'm sorry.
unusual.
Are you speaking to? Are you talking to the instance of the
Yes, is it unusual that a
back
young woman would be
massage that occurred while he was not president? I'm just trying to understand. You said a president of the United States.
Former president.
Thank you. Just trying to make sure we're correcting the
Are
time
you
frame.
filibustering?
No, I don't need
Okay.
to. I'm actually trying to make sure that as
pretty
you
clear. He said he
you
knows what
said he
young-
was a sitting president.
Can we just please go one at a time? Thank you.
You said a sitting president. I want you to be clear so that when he answers
Former
you,
sitting
the
president. How
record
do
is
you want
clear.
to do it? Is it unusual?
I have no idea if it's unusual.
Objection calls for speculation.
I figured.
Bill couldn't recall a lot, but one thing he's sure of, Trump's clean.
I hate this, but because I don't believe I should inject anything. But I do not want to leave the impression, but since there was no follow-up question, the president never, this is 20-something years ago, never said anything to me to make me think he was involved in anything improper with regard to Epstein either. He just didn't.
And Bill wants to make sure you know one thing. He did not have sexual relations in that hot tub.
It appears there's this photo, there's a girl over here, or there's someone.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
But he's also asking in the pool area were there other
Yes,
individuals.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, so you don't know.
No, and then there were other people in the pool.
Okay, so do you remember were they under 18? Would you know?
I sat in the hot tub for 5 minutes, or whatever it was, and I got up and went to bed.
And then I have to ask this: did you engage in any sexual activity with this person? Okay, thank you.
Bill's getting a bad rap, but he kind of earned it. Riding on Epstein's jet all around the world, not a good look.
Epstein said, you quote, like them young. Why would Epstein say that about you?
First of all, that's not true.
What's not true?
That I have any interest in underage.
I didn't say underage. I said young.
But it's still not true.
Is an intern young?
Yes.
Kentucky Congressman James Comer joins us now. Congressman, what did we learn from the Clinton deposition?
Well, we went through every item of evidence, everything that you've talked about on Fox, every email that would imply that Jeffrey Epstein was communicating with Hillary Clinton, was in the room with Hillary Clinton. She said under oath multiple times she never met Jeffrey Epstein. Even when we showed the picture of her with Jeffrey Epstein, she said she didn't remember meeting with Jeffrey Epstein. President Clinton admitted that Jeffrey Epstein was at the White House 17 times. President Clinton admitted that he flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane at least 27 times. But he said many times that when he found out that Epstein was a bad person, that he cut off all ties with Epstein. So we went through every picture with Bill Clinton and what appeared to be underage girls, with what appeared to be some of the accusers of Epstein committing wrongdoing and sex trafficking them, and he didn't recall. Or he denied that the picture was what it seems it was. So we grilled the president in a professional manner. We asked him all the questions that every curious American would have, and they answered them. And I guess time will tell whether or not they were telling the truth.
Time will tell. And what's next for this investigation? Who else will you be calling in for interviews?
Well, we announced 8 more people today will be coming in, including Leon Black, who was primarily the biggest money transfer to Jeffrey Epstein from the limited bank records that I've been able to obtain. Leon Black was a major funder of Jeffrey Epstein's personal wealth. So we're going to bring him in. There was a Wall Street Journal about Leon Black where several women had accused Leon Black of wrongdoing. Kathy Rumler was President Obama's general counsel, who later went on to Goldman Sachs. She communicated with Epstein all the way until the end. She was trying to defend him. Then people like Bill Gates States, again, some of the most powerful people in the world who have been named in the Epstein files. We're going to bring them all in, and we're going to ask them questions, and I hope it's in a professional manner. I hope we can do it quickly, and I hope we can get the truth to the American people and hold anyone accountable that we find committed crimes.
And in your opinion, what are we learning about Jeffrey Epstein? What was he up to from an intelligence perspective?
Well, everyone suspects that he was an asset. The problem is we don't know who he was an asset for. Was he an asset for the United States? Was he an asset for Israel? Was he an asset for Britain? I think it's going to be interesting to see what Britain does. We know that they've brought in Prince Andrew and the former ambassador from Great Britain to the United States to see, what they were doing. They weren't arrested for sex crimes. They were arrested for potential treason. So I think that it's still on the table whether or not he was an asset, and we're trying to learn. Was he selling secrets? Did our government cover up for Jeffrey Epstein to protect an asset? These are questions we're trying to find out.
All right. Sounds like you guys are hot on it. Thank you very much, Mr. Comer.
Thank you.
More breaking coverage on Iran next.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Ooh, that's rough. At least with Safe Light, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Any way I want. Any way you want. It's the way you need it. Any way you want.
I can schedule a chip fix while I get my hair clipped?
Yep.
They can fix my glass while we fish for bass.
If you want.
They can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants?
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at SafeLight.com. Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle Face Cream.
Particle Face Cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin,
And backed by science, and it actually works. My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night. Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those
Eye bags,
Dark spots, wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off. Free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMen.com.
Get the life back. Okay, we're good.
He's breathing. Okay. When I saw that Ethan was not breathing, I determined that I needed to use something to remove the obstruction from his airway.
It's very important for every household to have a life vest.
Everyone should have one in their home. Anything can happen at any moment.
I want my friends and family and people that I serve to know that we have this device to potentially save lives.
Protect your family. Go to lifehack.net.
Go to lifehack.net or call 877-543-3822.
Arthritis causes pain in your joints. Unlike pills, Voltaren gel is applied to the site of pain, penetrating deep through the skin to the joint, reducing intense pain caused by inflammation so you can move more freely. Voltaren, clinically proven long-lasting arthritis pain relief.
Greasy messes leave residue, and they're impossible to clean. Introducing Bullshot Degreaser, the ultimate kitchen degreaser. The foam action dissolves away grease on most surfaces. Watch this. Bullshot breaks down greasy grime in no time. Just spray, wait a few minutes, and wipe away. Its potent formula emulsifies, cutting right through the stain. Stuck on stickers? Just spray. Let it work its magic and wipe away. Get Bullshot Kitchen Degreaser at Walmart and on Amazon with free shipping today.
This is the one who makes sparks fly. Getting it done takes the right material, experience, and the right partner. The professional-grade products you need. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Much of the world now rallying behind President Trump and his decisive action in Iran. The one and only Senator John Kennedy, tonight on Hannity.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food because of disasters, food shortages, rising prices, you name it.
Well, let me show you something. This tote right here has enough food for breakfast, lunch, dinner, even snacks for 3 full months. And right now, when you order one of these 3-month survival food kits, you're going to get 2 months absolutely free, guys. So you see that square on your screen? That's called a QR code. Now, here's how to use it. Just pick up your smartphone and open up your camera, right? Point it at that QR code. Now, you're going to see right in the picture there that this link pops up, that one right there. Tap that link, and it's going to take you to this deal right now. These kits can last up to 25 years. Food tastes great, and guess what? It's your food security plan. And today, you get way more while paying much less. But only if you scan the code before the deal ends, all right? So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month food kit. And guys, you're going to get 2 months absolutely free, but only if you scan this code before it ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month survival food kit and get 2 months absolutely free.
Are your online search results a problem? Reputation Defender has helped tens of thousands of people improve their online reputation. Call 877-258-3166 for a free consultation.
This is Fubo. It's a better way to watch Fox, FS1, and other top sports networks. Plus, get coverage of your local teams all season long. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
The United States unleashing a massive shock and awe campaign against Iran this evening. Another full building of radical mullahs obliterated as Central Command moves the war into a heavier phase. Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt is live in London. Jonathan.
Jesse, the simple question here is how many missiles and drones does Iran have, and how long can it keep its retaliatory offensive going? The simple answer to that question is we don't know, but we do know that every day is one day closer to them running out.
We are going to destroy their missiles and their missile launchers. We are going to destroy their capability to make these missiles and these launchers.
Now, in 2022, CENTCOM estimated the ballistic missile stockpile in Iran to be around 3,000, but up to 1,000 of those were likely destroyed or used during the 12-day war last June. It's generally assumed Iran then stepped up production and possesses an array of missiles with varying ranges, although the furthest they've hit so far is Cyprus, where the UK's Royal Air Force has a base. But in all, Iran has targeted 11 countries with missile and drone attacks.
This is intolerable. Iran cannot have these missiles, cannot have these drones, cannot threaten the world.
So it's a war of attrition in a sense, Jesse. Iran clearly hoping that its offensive missile supply can outlast the defensive supplies of Israel and the Gulf Arab nations and create the kind of hit that might change the actual direction, or at least the public perception of this war. Secretary of Rubio and President Trump both say that isn't going to happen. U.S. military might will ultimately prevail. Jesse?
Jonathan, thank you. Major John Spencer is the chair of war studies at the Madison Policy Forum. So you study war, and you're studying this war. What grade would you give the U.S. military?
Jesse, we'll have to create a new grade because what the U.S. military with Israel have done is historic, never been done before. I mean, imagine killing Hitler, his successor, every one of his field marshals before the first boots touched the beaches of Normandy. That's the neurological strike that we saw in the first 24 hours. I mean, usually I say sink Navy and you're part of the Army-Navy game as like some service rivalry, but we've sunk an entire nation's Navy and it's crippling. It should put the fear of God in all of our enemies, and definitely anybody who decides he wants to take a new job in Iran because they're killing anyone who signs up to be the next leader, the next general.
So when does it break their will? Tonight is supposed to just be a massive bombing campaign taking place right now.
Yeah, I mean, they get to decide that. The enemy always gets to vote. And as the president said, like, we're on round 3 of who we thought might be a successor. And that's really what you are. War is an act of will, or an act of force to compel your enemy to do your will. And that's what we're seeing. The problem is you don't want to let them know when you're going to let up. You don't want them to cry uncle until they're ready to cry uncle. And that's the extreme, the most powerful military force with the most advanced technologies the world has ever seen raining down on them. Rationally, they would have already given up, but you're going to keep it up and take away their capabilities to ever hurt anybody again, whether that's neighboring countries or U.S. soldiers in the region.
Well, that makes sense why the president won't put a timetable on it, because that would just give the enemy the timetable and let them know when they could hang on till. Makes perfect sense. Very good to talk to you. Very insightful. Thank you so much, Major. More prime time straight ahead.
Hi, folks. I'd like to tell you about YRefi. Did you know that as an accredited investor, when you invest in YRefi, your interest rate is fixed? And did you know you can invest from 1 to 5 years, and you can spread your investment over those terms to best suit your needs? And you have the freedom to take your monthly interest as income or reinvest it, whatever you choose. When you invest in YRefi, your interest is calculated daily, and you're paid monthly. Would you like some more information? Just call 877-80-INVEST or log on to investYRefi.com. That's investYRefi.com. For complete details, make sure to review the private placement memorandum and scan this QR code to view the disclosures at your leisure. YRefi, investing in America's future. And this is the Larry Elder Show.
When my mother heard about Pure Talk's latest offer, she said, "Michael, that's a third of what I'm paying my current provider. How's that even possible?" I said, "Ma, your current provider spent $12 billion last year on advertising and promotion. Pure Talk hired me to make a few commercials on my iPhone. That's why you can get unlimited talk and text with plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. You're welcome. Pure Talk, everything you need, nothing you don't."
Planning to move? Choose Pods, the most awarded container moving company. Pods brings the container to you. Then we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure pod storage center. And you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Book at pods.com.
You woke up with a sore throat and a low-grade fever. You know you are getting sick, so here's your choices. You can get sicker and miss work, try to see a doctor this week, or sit hours in a crowded waiting room at urgent care.
I have a smarter option for you. Open your medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to doctor-recommended prescription in your booklet and take the right meds now and get well faster.
This is not a first aid kit. It's like having an urgent care in your home. It includes doctor-prescribed medications to treat over 39 medical issues like respiratory infections, strep throat, pneumonia, UTIs, and more.
No waiting to see the doctor and no standing in line at the pharmacy. It's right here.
Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit, and here's how to order.
Order online and save $45. Your kit to treat dozens of common and serious illnesses is rushed to your door. Visit urgentcarekit.com/USA. Promo code USA. That's urgentcarekit.com/USA. Promo code USA.
It looks like an ordinary staircase, but as you age with occasional nerve discomfort that can feel like stabbing or pins and needles in your hands and feet, sometimes stairs can bring worry. As a retired doctor, now that I'm older myself, I take Nervive. Nervive Nerve Relief has ALA to start reducing occasional nerve discomfort in 7 days. Getting older happens, but living with occasional nerve discomfort doesn't have to. Try Nervive like I did and get your freedom back. Feel alive with Nervive.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
You hear the ambulances behind me. You see the black smoke rising from the horizon. This is war.
The Islamic Republic is retaliating, hitting at least 9 different countries throughout the Middle East.
The State Department is telling all Americans to leave the Middle East.
Fox News Alert, the results are in from North Carolina, where former Democrat Governor Roy Cooper and ex-RNC Chairman Michael Whatley won their party's Senate nominations. They're going to be running against each other for Tom Tillis' seat in November. Now let's go over to Texas. Wow. Cornyn has about a 4-point lead with Just about over a third of the vote in. And let's take a look at the Democrats, where too close to call. Crockett down by about 6, about 36% of the vote in. Shaping up to be a long night in the great state of Texas. Follow Fox News for all those results. That's all for us tonight. Sean Hannity's next, and I'm Waters. This is my...
And welcome to Hannity. This is a Fox News Alert. Tonight we are tracking the primary results out of North Carolina and Texas. Jasmine Crockett now has a lead in the Senate Democratic primary. We're cheering for Jasmine Crockett. Anyway, but first, smoke continues to fill the sky over Tehran after a nonstop barrage from the U.S. and Israel and their jets. And with all of Iran's air defense systems now down and eliminated, the scale and intensity of these strikes has picked up in a major way. According to reports, the U.S. is now using B-1 and massive B-52 bombers, which deliver a massive, powerful blow. One senior admiral now reports that nearly 2,000 targets in Iran have been hit. 17 Iranian ships are now at the bottom of the sea, including one submarine. Meanwhile, as Iranian officials gathered to choose a successor, this is the greatest part of the story all day. For the now deceased, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, an uninvited jet from Israel decimated the location while Iranian officials were counting the votes. In other words, the council that gathered to pick the next, quote, supreme leader were also wiped out, all of them. Now, just a historic and incredible show of superior military intelligence and might. But tonight, Iran continues to launch missiles and drones at civilian locations all across the Middle East in what is a desperate, dumb, counterproductive attempt to turn every Arab state in the region now against the United States. However, that would be backfiring spectacularly. Here with more, he's in Cyprus tonight, which has also been targeted by Iran. Our own Nate Foy is standing by. Nate, I think everybody in the region now officially hates Iran and probably cheering for Israel and the U.S.
Oh, that's absolutely right, as they continue targeting their regional countries here, Sean. And tonight, Qatar's defense ministry says the largest U.S. airbase in the Middle East has been hit by an Iranian ballistic missile. This is the El Udeid airbase. Thankfully, nobody has been injured in that attack. Unfortunately, 6 U.S. service members have been killed so far in this campaign, and tonight the Pentagon announced the names of 4 of them. So take a look at your screen right here. Captain Cody Cork, 35 years old, of Winter Haven, Florida. Sergeant First Class Noah Teachins, 42 years old, of Bellevue, Nebraska. Sergeant First Class Nicole Amore, 39 years old, of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. And Sergeant Declan Cody, just 20 years old, of West Des Moines, Iowa. We thank them for their service. May they rest in peace. Also tonight, Sean, an Iranian drone struck the parking lot outside the U.S. consulate in Dubai. You can see it caused a fire. Nobody was injured here. But as you mentioned, Israel says they've dropped 4,000 bombs on Iran just in the past 4 days, and they landed a devastating blow today by striking the Iranian Supreme Council as it was counting the votes for a new supreme leader. Israel says it also killed the commander of Iran's Quds force in Lebanon. U.S. Central Command also shared this video of U.S. forces destroying Iranian drones. This will be crucial as Iran's drones are more difficult to defend against than the missiles. The U.S. does continue targeting Iranian ballistic missile positions as well, though. President Trump claims that Iran is running out of missile launchers. The U.S. has struck more than 1,700 targets so far. But again, Iran just continues firing on its neighbors. These missile interceptions come from the UAE. Iran also targeted Saudi Arabia. They hit the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh today, twice in the city of Dhahran, where there's a U.S. consulate, and the Saudi State Oil Company is located. But speaking of attacks on oil infrastructure, or I guess their lack of an ability to do that, tonight U.S. Central Command said that there are 0 Iranian ships in the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, or the Gulf of Oman, as their ability to target and attack U.S. positions continues to get decimated. Sean. We'll send it back to you.
All right. Nate Foy in Cyprus tonight. Thank you. We are less than a week into Operation Epic Fury. Democrats, what is predictable and pathetic, are now looking for ways to politicize this military operation. Some now claim that the U.S. had no justification to strike Iran. These Democrats claim with a straight face there was no imminent danger from the rogue regime that says death to America. Now, today, Secretary of State Marco Rubio responded forcefully. Take a look.
Let me explain to you guys this in simple English, okay? Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. And this is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president made this decision. It was the right decision, and the world will be a safer place when these radical clerics no longer have access to these weapons. You see how they're using them now. Imagine how they would use them a year from now if they had more of these.
Imagine if they had nuclear weapons, how they would use those. For the past several days, Iran's terrorist leadership demonstrated this threat, hitting American bases, killing American service members, even launching strikes into civilian locations. According to President Trump, Iran was preparing to launch an attack on Americans in the region, which, by the way, is not at all unprecedented. Iranian-backed terrorists murdered and maimed American soldiers in Iraq for years. They have launched multiple strikes against U.S. bases. They have routinely tried and in some cases succeeded in assassinating Americans, and numerous American citizens have been abducted by Iran. Now, to top it all off, according to the special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, Iran's leaders believed it was their inalienable right to enrich uranium and build nuclear weapons. But blinded by politics, their hatred for President Trump, well, liberal, leftist, radical Democrats, they cannot bring themselves to see the writing on the wall. Here now with the full report from the White House tonight is Aisha Hasni is with us. Aisha.
Sean, the president isn't just managing the strikes on Iran. He's also trying to manage single-handedly the global reaction to these strikes, especially when you consider what's happening with the energy markets. The president announcing today that the U.S. will ensure all ships that are trying to move through the Gulf right now, especially those having to do with energy, those will be insured by the U.S. And it comes as oil prices soar, with the president saying those prices are going to drop as soon as this conflict ends. Brand new Fox News polling today reveals Americans are split 50-50 on these strikes as of right now. Meanwhile, today, while meeting with the German chancellor, President Trump took another aim at another ally, threatening to stop all trade with Spain after it refused to allow U.S. troops to use its bases for those strikes. Trump also answering questions about who might lead the country next. He says the people he had in mind keep dying. And here's what he said about the exiled Crown Prince.
Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate.
And Sean, this is really important to keep in mind. The Wall Street Journal is now reporting the president may be weighing calling on some militia groups that are inside Iran to come and help them topple this regime. Apparently, he called the Kurds, leaders of the Kurdish forces in Iraq this weekend, a group that boasts some thousands of experienced soldiers along the Iran-Iraq border. So something to watch there. Sean?
All right, Ashin, thank you very much for that report. And we'll have much more on the Democratic Party's shameless hypocrisy, political grandstanding. In their own words, the one and only Senator John Kennedy will react to that. But first, here with reaction to all of today's developments from Operation Epic Fury, Fox News strategic analyst General Jack Kane is with us. General, great to have you. I got to tell you, to me, the big story of the day is you have the next level in the first 30 seconds. With American intelligence and Israeli missiles, we were able to take out, not only the supreme leader, but, the top 49 leaders in Iran. Their next level in terms of government succession is their Supreme Council. Israel struck the Iranian leadership meeting as they were there gathering and voting to choose Khamenei's replacement and the head of the Quds forces was also taken out today. I mean, this is historic what we're witnessing. Am I wrong? You studied at war colleges.
No, you're not wrong at all. I mean, I think what the Israelis have done, and I spoke to them when I was in Israel. I spoke to their military leaders and actually Prime Minister Netanyahu about it. I said, you have done something that's really quite unprecedented. The ultimate objective of war is to break your opponent's will, and the great strategist Sun Tzu said that's the start point right there. And if you take down leadership before the war actually begins, in other words, the opening shots are the leaders, the civilian and military leaders of the opponents you're fighting, you're already taking a significant step in terms of breaking their will. And what the Israelis have done in the 12-day war, they took down all of the senior military leaders and nuclear scientists as well. They did that with Hezbollah, we saw that, Sean, and they did it somewhat with Hamas. And here they helped with the United States together, did the very same thing. It was an opportunity, to be sure, with the Ayatollah and 45 plus of their leadership. I will tell you that that has a profound impact on the ability of the country to respond. I talked to the Mossad chief who told me that after they killed the leaders up front in the 12-day war, that impacted in their mind 60% of their response. So you can imagine what's taking place here and why we're having so much success. I mean, we're planned to have success, but it's really quite profound. And I'll tell you this, the leadership targets are going to be continued every single day. They're not just taking that first tier down. They want to strip the IRGC, the Basel militia, the police enforcers, the governors, the parliament, the Security Council. They want to strip those leaders down because this is what sustains the regime. It's not just the weapons, it's the people themselves. So this leadership focus, Sean, is going to continue throughout this campaign until both of these forces are satisfied that they've accomplished that piece of the mission. The other thing is obviously to focus on ballistic missiles. And that is center of gravity, to be sure. And I can tell you from talking to the leaders on our side as well as the Israeli side, after 3 days, Sean, the facts are that they have been able to reduce the attacks by 75%. That is incredible. Yesterday it was 50%. So what we're doing here is quite significant. A couple of more facts that are important. Only 10% of the penetrators are getting through. 14% did in the 12-day war. Over 20% when the Iranians attacked in April. Now it's down to 10%. We're talking about saving lives here, for sure, in their ability to do that. The Iranians were expected to bring salvos of missiles, 25 to 50 at one time, Sean. They're only doing 2 to 5. And we can see it. You see it when our coverage is up there. That is dramatic in terms of the impact. On the drones, they're tougher to take down, obviously. But nonetheless, the commanders of Central Command, and the drones are being fired mostly against U.S. bases. The distance is too great, to go into Israel. They certainly learned that from the 12-day war. They're sitting there waiting for them to come for 6 to 8 hours. But the drones are certainly hitting our bases as well as ballistic missiles. What the commanders have said is that it has not interfered in their operation, and it has not diminished their capabilities whatsoever. Sadly, though, 6 of our soldiers have been killed, and that we honor that service. And believe me, Sean, this campaign that we're running, no one's going to forget those soldiers and others who may perish. And we're going to make certain this is finished. And those deaths are not squandered, that's for sure. Go ahead, Sean.
I don't believe the constitutionality, I don't believe it's valid, the executive order that would prevent America directly from taking out leaders or targeting leaders. Some people have a different opinion on that. In this case, we allowed the Israelis to do it, obviously with combined intelligence from both countries. Your thoughts on that, and do we need to arm those civilians that had taken to the streets that were being mowed down by the tens of thousands?
Well, first of all, I'm not aware of any restriction on taking down leaders of countries that we're fighting a war with. I mean, I don't understand anybody who would suggest something to the contrary. If we're not at war with a country, then there may indeed be an issue. But we are now at war with this country. That's a fact. We're in conflict operations, and certainly leaders, whatever their description is, that leaders of a country, either they're national civilian leaders or military leaders, are all leaders, and they're certainly vulnerable to attack as far as I'm concerned. In terms of arming the people themselves, I would pause on doing that. I wouldn't rush into that. The reality is there's not organizations out there. In other words, there are protesters. If there was an organization out there, Sean, they would have killed it. The Iranians are all over the population. And I don't think just arming them and creating that, upgunning that level of violence is what we needed. If we are able to accomplish the mission here, Sean, that I'm laying out, in terms of the systematic and methodical bringing down of the infrastructure that is sustaining the regime, that regime is going to be so weakened that they're going to be somewhat vulnerable, to be sure. And I think the reports are there's already divisiveness inside of the regime. It's not surprising, Sean. You start to lose all your leaders and you see your weapons being taken down in terms of ballistic missiles and drones on a regular basis. People are starting to think, do we really want to stay a part of this? We're likely going to get killed. And who do you trust? Can you trust the guy on the left? Somebody's providing exquisite information to be able to attack these leaders as successfully as we are doing. And that in of itself creates a degree of distrust. Yeah.
The executive order that you may want to look into, and I take issue with its constitutionality, is Executive Order 12333, signed in 1981. But General Jack Keane, very informative, up to speed. We really appreciate the information. Thank you, sir. Also tonight, while our brave service members are putting their lives on the line in the Middle East, Democrats here at home are trying to upend the entire operation out of nothing but spite for President Trump. 3 days into Operation Epic Fury, Democrats are now demanding a vote on the War Powers Act. But remember, during Obama's military intervention in Libya that lasted more than 7 months, Nancy Pelosi said that the president didn't need authorization for those strikes. Here's a reminder.
Madam Leader, you're saying that the president did not need authorization initially and still does not need any authorization from Congress on Libya?
Yes.
Thank you both.
Thank you all very much.
And in 2008, Hillary Rodham Clinton proclaimed that even an attack on Israel would justify a U.S. military response against Iran. Take a look.
If Iran were to launch a nuclear attack on Israel, what would our response be? And I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them.
Now, of course, historically, presidents have gone to war without congressional approval for much less. In fact, the last time Congress officially declared war, that was 1942. In other words, every single American conflict since 1942 has been waged without any kind of declaration of war from Congress. But now Democrats want to believe that President Trump is doing something unprecedented and illicit, when in reality he's cleaning up an international mess, of course, left behind by these two idiots. Take a look.
What's the message to Iran in this moment?
Don't.
And what's the message to Iran?
Don't.
As President Biden said, just don't.
Exactly. One word. Pretty straightforward.
Don't. As it turns out, actions speak louder than words, and now the evil regime in Iran is getting obliterated. And a nuclear-armed Iran will not come to pass thanks to President Trump and, of course, our allies in Israel. Of course, this all might have been avoided if Democrats had listened to this former Republican senator 11 years ago and not empowered and enriched the mullahs with an idiotic nuclear deal of, what, $1.7 billion in cash and other currency. Look.
Iran will immediately use the money that it's receiving in sanctions relief to begin to build up its conventional capabilities. It will establish the most dominant military power in the region outside of the United States, and it will raise the price of us operating in the region. They're going to build anti-access capabilities, rockets capable of destroying our aircraft carriers and ships. Continue to build these swift boats that are able to come on us, these fast boats that are able to swarm our naval assets. And they'll make it harder and harder for U.S. troops to be in the region. They'll also work with other terrorist groups in the region to target American servicemen and women. They'll also continue to build long-range missiles, missiles capable of reaching the United States. Those are not affected by this deal, and they'll continue to build them as they've been doing. And then at some point in the near future, when the time is right, they will build a nuclear weapon. And they will do so because at that point they will know that they have become immune, that we will no longer be able to strike their nuclear program because the price of doing so will be too high.
Marco Rubio, 11 years ago. Now, his former colleague, Louisiana Senator John Kennedy, joins us now. Senator, I look at what we are doing and watching in the first 30 seconds. The leadership wiped out. Now the Supreme Council wiped out. Their ships sunk, and they have no air defense system at all. I'd say it's going rather well.
Sean, in the words of Congresswoman Omar, I love you like a brother. And I want you to understand I'm not trying to dodge your question. I just want to answer it in a little different way. I don't hate anyone, but I will shed no tears for the Ayatollah Khomeini. He won the coin toss, and he elected to receive. And boy, did he receive. May he rest in pieces. He died with the with the blood of millions of people under his fingernails. Number two, to defeat your adversaries in today's world, you have to have military power, but it takes more than military power. You have to have political will. I have watched 5, 6, 7 presidents refuse to stand up to the Ayatollah. President Trump has. He's got political will. He's got oranges. And like him or dislike him, the world is safer today because of what he has done. Number three, any fair-minded person has to believe that the people running Iran are religious zealots. They are nuts. Any fair-minded person has to believe, has to know that Iran was never going to stop its quest to get a nuclear weapon. Any fair-minded person has to conclude that if the religious zealots, who are 10 exits past normal, ever get a nuclear warhead, they're going to use it. I don't want America to be the world's policeman. I don't want the religious nuts in Iran to be either. And that's why we did not start a war. We're trying to stop a war. The president is trying to end a war. And it all centers around preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon and the missile technology to deliver it. There's some good people who disagree with what the president has done. I understand that. But if they could have heard what I heard in a classified briefing today from General Kane, from Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, Director Ratcliffe, in the bowels beneath the Senate in our secure room, they would conclude what I have concluded. I don't know how this will end, but we had to do it. We had to do it, and I thank Donald Trump for doing that.
And the Democratic leader in the House, the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, says we're going to lose. Reaction to that?
He's wrong. He's wrong. We've already won. We will eventually leave Iran after having destroyed their renewed efforts to develop a nuclear weapon, after having destroyed their missile arsenal, after having destroyed their missile launches, after having destroyed their navy, and the good people of Persia will now have an opportunity to pick their own leadership. Hakeem is wrong.
Senator Kennedy, I wish I had, at times, your brain. May he rest in pieces. Well said, sir. Thank you for being with us. All right, by the way, this is a Fox News alert. The race is still too close to call in Texas for the Democratic primary for Senate. Jasmine Crockett currently trailing James Tallarico. We'll bring you the latest numbers as they roll in. And coming up, former CIA Director General David Petraeus is blasting Iran's arrogance. He's next, straight ahead.
Our names were whispered through time, from generation to generation. Don't you feel that there are things that cannot be explained?
God has a destiny for us.
Surely nothing is impossible for God.
Got eyelid itching, crusties, and swelling that won't go away? It could be
Demodex blepharitis, and we're Demodex mites. We're very common and super irritating to your eyelids, but we love making ourselves comfortable here. Oh yeah, steam time!
if Demodex mites are partying it up on your eyelids, it's time to eliminate the root of the problem with Xdemvy. With 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Xdemvy is the first and only FDA-approved treatment that kills the mites that cause Demodex blepharitis, a common eyelid disease. Avoid touching the tip of the bottle to your eye or other surfaces to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. In clinical trials, the most common side effects were stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients.
Party's over, folks.
It's not you. It's Demodex mites. Talk to your eye doctor today.
Simparica Trio protects against 3 categories of parasites.
Power of disease. Intestinal worm.
This drug class has been associated with neurologic side effects, including seizures. Use with caution in dogs with or without a history of these disorders. Don't just protect. Triple protect.
Don't let congestion take over. Afrin No Trip. Wow. Ridiculously fast nasal congestion relief. The wow is real. And now, try new drug-free Afrin Saline.
Hearing Life is excited to offer the world's first nearly invisible hearing aid that does it all. Rechargeability, Bluetooth connectivity, and AI noise handling. Start your 30-day risk-free trial at Hearing Life. Call 1-800-HEAR-LIFE.
Need blood pressure support? Total Beats contain a patented key ingredient clinically shown to deliver 2 times better blood pressure support. That's why Total Beats is the #1 best-selling Beats brand in America. Take control of your health with Total Beats. Search Amazon now for Total Beats.
The Iranian regime is reeling as Operation Epic Fury continues to take its toll.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East tomorrow on Primetime.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
You think those two have any idea that they can sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue. That's crazy. Well, not everyone knows Coventry has helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies. I can't believe they're just sitting up there, sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine. Come on,
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-798-6200 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
Don't kibble your dog.
Oh, hey, Dr. Marty.
Hey, back.
But what's wrong with this? It's premium stuff.
Let's check it out. It's still kibble, which means it's ultra-processed at extremely high temperatures that destroy the nutrients in the food. But at Dr. Marty, we gently freeze-dry premium meats, fruits, and vegetables, locking in their nutrients.
Never kibbled.
You got it, kid, and they're gonna love it.
As Congress now prepares to consider a War Powers Act resolution against Operation Epic Fury, the Trump administration has been hard at work on Capitol Hill, keeping members of Congress up to date on the very latest developments. Secretaries Rubio and Hegseth, along with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, Raising Kane, and CIA Director Ratcliffe were all spotted on Capitol Hill today. Here with the full report from D.C., our very own Bill Malugin. Bill.
Yeah, Sean, good evening to you. Secretary of State Marco Rubio was pretty busy up here on the Hill today, giving classified briefings to all of Congress. And as you can imagine, a few Democrats came out from those briefings and said they really didn't like what they heard in there.
They told us in there that this is an open-ended operation that hasn't even really started in earnest yet. There will be more Americans killed. They refuse to take off the table the insertion of ground troops.
Well, the House is set to vote on a war powers resolution for Iran later this week, likely on Thursday. Democrats say President Trump's bombing of Iran without congressional approval is illegal, while Republicans say this is all politics.
It's just the usual politics. They're for war under Obama and Clinton. They're not for any kind of conflict under Trump. So it's just pure politics.
And to that point, Sean, you'll remember back in 2011 when President Obama was in office, then House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi said that Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya. Well, I asked current House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries about that earlier today. Back in 2011, Nancy Pelosi said that then President Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya. Now House Democrats say President Trump needs that approval to bomb Iran. What's the difference?
Well, obviously, Libya and the circumstances connected to that were very different than the circumstance that we face in Iran right now. I mean, I don't even understand the genesis or basis of that question. Not suggesting that you're not asking it in good faith.
Libya went on for 7 months.
As I've indicated, first of all, it was not in Congress at the time.
And Sean, we did ask Nancy Pelosi tonight about her prior position on Libya. She called it a limited operation back then and said what's happening in Iran right now is a, quote, escalating war, and that's why she believes Congress has to approve it. But Sean, you remember, Libya lasted for 7 months. It included a no-fly zone, and it ended with the death of a dictator. We'll send it back to you.
Well said. Great history lesson. Thank you, Bill Malugin. One of the biggest victories of this war so far for the U.S. and Israel has been the intelligence collection. Now, we were able to determine exactly when all the top leaders of the Iranian regime were gathered together in the same spot and then struck them all at once during the daytime rather than at night. And that's something Iran never expected to happen. Retired General, former CIA Director David Petraeus says that Iran showed stunning arrogance by failing to expect the daytime attack. He joins us now with more insight. Stunning arrogance, but then they turn around and the Supreme Council, which is the next layer of their government to pick the next supreme leader, they make the same mistake and they're all taken out as well. I guess the third tier comes in next, if they have one.
Well, there really has been extraordinary intelligence here. We've known for years about Mossad's penetration of Iran. Remember, Sean, when they actually went right into Tehran and stole the entire library of nuclear files right out from underneath their nose. And of course, their actions in the 12-day campaign, precisely taking out over a dozen of their most important nuclear scientists, a whole swath of the leaders of the security forces, but in this case, beyond exquisite. This is absolute certainty about pattern of life. And clearly, I suspect this was one of the factors that led to the timing. Also, of course, was the absolute frustration that the Iranians were playing us at the negotiating table over the nuclear program, and also a degree of impatience, frankly, about doing damage to the missile program that was being reconstituted, remembering the damage that it did to Israel before. In fact, a lot of us felt that Israel was going to do this regardless within a month or two. So I think all of those came together for the timing, and the opportunity to take out the supreme leader and all those meeting with him was really quite extraordinary. And as I did say, it's stunning arrogance that they thought we would only attack in the early hours of the morning. Yes, that's normally when we do. But in this case, achieved surprise by attacking during the daylight and achieving something truly historic.
General, let me ask you this. The president has been very clear. It's going to be up to the Iranian people now to form their new government, that this will be a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and, basically don't blow it. My question to you is should part of the plan be to arm the people that had been slaughtered on the streets that were looking for freedom and change, so that it won't take any American or Israeli forces? I've got to believe there's going to be holdovers that are loyal to the former regime.
Well, I agree with my old boss and mentor and friend, General Jack Keane, who earlier said that he's not certain about that, given there's no organization there. What really needs to happen is there needs to be the initiation of programs, and there are reports that the CIA is already helping to organize and arm Kurdish forces coming out of Iraq. There may be other efforts by Mossad and others. And then, above all, to break away some of the regime forces. Otherwise, you're talking about 1 million men under arms, however damaged and destroyed their headquarters and so forth will be. So that's a tall order. Regime change is the big goal here, to be sure, but it's going to have to be up to the Iranian people, and we should be helping that. As there are opportunities to galvanize that support, if charismatic leaders and organizations emerge, then absolutely we should be helping them to take the country back to the right path.
All right, General Petraeus, we appreciate your insight. Thank you for being with us. And coming up, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. I endorsed her for the Democratic primary. Will she soon be the face of the Democratic Party's midterm push out of Texas? And at this moment, the race between her and James Tallarico is too close to call. We'll have a live update. Kevin Cork is next.
I'm putting with Abe Lincoln's cane right now.
These are 40-something years old.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, come on!
Kevin, thank you for coming out here today.
My pleasure, Frank. I just love it, and I can, want to be a part of it in any way I can.
Oh, there you go. I know how spiritual you are.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt my brother Stephen met his fate on 9/11, when he ran through the tunnel and gave up his life. I really believe that God put us on a course to take care of all these catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star widows.
It's because of all of them that we get to do what we do.
Exactly.
That's why the game of golf, if you don't do it, right?
It ain't easy. My brother and I were going to play golf on 9/11.
Were you really?
Yeah, he was just finished his night tours. When the tower came down, like maybe an hour or two later, I started calling. And I called him for days and days. He didn't know by what he did that day that it would turn into this.
Didn't matter. He went back to help. Exactly. Man's a hero. Man, what a hero.
You know so many firefighters, police officers. I mean, you're a New Yorker, so you know how many families are affected on 9/11. Even more first responders have died of 9/11 illnesses since 9/11.
It's been a long time since 9/11, but you can't forget. The effects are with these people every day. So it's not like, they don't forget about it.
Now, how could they?
Exactly.
We made a promise that we're going to eradicate homelessness amongst our veterans.
I've seen the work you do with the housing you build, and it's something that you can provide with them, that you're not just doing something for them and leaving them. It's helping them get back into society.
They went through something that you and I don't understand.
That's exactly right.
And we can't leave them on the street.
No.
We can't. Not America. Not
it.
the greatest country in the world.
I love that.
Let's do good together.
Let's do it. People got to give every time I miss.
You got to give $11.
There we go. You're the man. Donate $11 a month at t2t.org.
Where's my mother gonna... Oh, no. Is this the episode with the breakup? Reba, we can't agree on the house. Y'all need Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings every month, you could find the one today. This could be it. Better put a key ring on it. Realtor.com.
My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Jeff's back is sore. Let's go! Ice. Hard. Ice works fast. Heat makes it last. Icy hot. Just so back.
Get new floors during Empire Today's 75% off sale. That's carpet, hardwood, tile, and vinyl. 75% off. Get Empire's home floor advantage. Plus, we'll beat any competitor's offer. Guaranteed. Update your floors with Empire and get 75% off carpet, hardwood, tile, and vinyl. Visit EmpireToday.com or call or text to schedule your free in-home estimate. You know the number.
800-588-2300 Today. I tried everything for my stubborn dandruff, and then I found Nizoral. It works differently to get to the root cause of dandruff. Its active ingredient is 10 times more effective at fighting fungus, the primary cause of dandruff. Say goodbye to stubborn dandruff with Nizoral, now in refreshing peppermint and tea tree scent.
I'm Dr. Christopher Davis. It's not typical for a supplement company to consult a cardiologist, but Human did. That's because Human is different. Founded in partnership with the University of Texas, formulated with clinically studied ingredients for healthy blood pressure and energy support. This is modern-day cardiovascular support, recommended by more cardiologists than any other beet brand. I believe in Human because their supplements aren't just science-backed, they're science-born. Only Human.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
All right, this is a Fox News alert. It is primary night in Arkansas, North Carolina, and Texas. Congresswoman, our favorite, Jasmine Crockett, wants to be the next senator from Texas. Will she be the Democratic nominee? Kevin Cork has a live report. For the record, Kevin, I endorse her nomination to be the Democratic nominee. Right now, she's behind, but I'm hoping for a late surge.
Nothing like a Hannity endorsement for a Democrat. We'll see how that all plays out over in the Lone Star State, Sean. Evening to you. Voters, as you point out, heading to the polls, trying to figure out who's going to square off against whom in the midterm elections this fall in November. Now, it's a rare mix of competitive races up and down the ballot. Let's begin in the great state of Texas. John Cornyn, just out in front of the AG there. Mr. Ken Paxton, 42.8 to 40.6. Wesley Hunt from Houston, the congressman, well back with 142,000 votes. Still too early to call that race. Now, I should point this out. Earlier tonight, outside of the Paxton watch party in Dallas, there was actually a man taken into custody, Sean. Ammunition and magazines and shotgun shells, all removed from a car parked near the venue. Still not known specifically if this was connected to the Paxton event, but as you can well imagine, Dallas police are investigating even at this very hour. Meantime, on the Democratic side of the ledger, it is the woman who got the all-important Hannity endorsement, Jasmine Crockett. She's trailing right now, as you see there. James Tallarico leading 53 to 45.9, 45.8 as it changes right there in real time. Still too early to call that one. Meantime, over in the Tar Heel state of North Carolina, Democrat Roy Cooper and Republican Michael Whatley came in heavily favored, and no surprise, Cooper and Whatley come away with easy victories. And I should point this out, over in the great state of Arkansas, Tom Cotton and Haley Schaffner both come away victors in their respective primaries, Sean. So what that means is they'll get a chance to go head-to-head come this fall. Of course, we're going to bring you Decision 26 here on Fox News Channel. Cannot wait. Well, it's going to make for a great fall.
I'm looking for a late-minute surge. There's only 45% of the vote in. Jasmine has time. Kevin Cork,
if that happens, I will buy you dinner.
I'll take it. Deal. All right, here now with reaction to all of today's top stories. The co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend, our friend Charlie Hurt. Oh, boy. She's the host of the Katie Miller podcast, of which I was a guest, that just dropped tonight. It was one of the most grueling, tough, hardest interviews in my life. But I enjoyed the opportunity to talk with you. But, man, you asked tough questions.
I'm just trying to keep up with the infamous Sean Hannity. I think it was a rare tell-all in which you delved deep into your relationship with the famous Ainsley Earhardt. And you talked a lot, I think, about your relationship with Fox News and how you've been able to be successful over decades, Sean, between radio, TV, and your future in podcasting, just like myself.
I don't know if I can keep up with those hard-hitting questions. Charlie, it was tough. It was rough. Let's get your reaction
to see the preview.
Oh, no, it got dropped tonight, and I have no courage to watch it. Zero.
We'll watch it on your behalf. I can't wait.
All right, Charlie. All right, so you watch the Democrats, and here is one of the most fascinating examples of the almost like majestic military intelligence, might, superiority on display, and Democrats have to, hope for failure. How does that play out for them?
You know, it's interesting. I think long term, I don't think it's going to work out very well for them. You know, when you look at a situation like this and you've got people, Americans, carrying out something like this, and so far it has been going very well. And you know, the idea that back here you actually have all of these Democrats who are trying to play political games with it, I think it's cringy at best. Look, this is a really, really big thing that President Trump is trying to pull off here. This is something that both Democrats and Republicans, going back 50 years, have wanted to deal with. Democrat and Republican presidents have gone after Iran's proxies and their allies. They've gotten into every single kind of fight you could possibly imagine, spilling American blood and treasure. But it's only Donald Trump who walked out and said, you know what? I'm not dealing with their proxies. I'm not going after Hamas or Hezbollah. If we need to remove the cancer, we're going to go straight after Iran and remove the head of the snake. And that's what he is trying to do. And you know, these first couple of days for sure have been could not have gone better. Obviously, you know, we're all nervous about where things can go. But we like the direction they're going in.
Okay, and Katie, the seriousness by which the president took this, by the largest military buildup in the region since the Gulf War, he knew he was not taking any chances here.
No, a president's job is first and foremost to protect the American people, and that's exactly what President Trump has done here in Iran. President Trump had said today that he feared that Iran would attack us first, and therefore he struck first, which is just what we want a president to do. After 47 years of them coming after Americans, it's time we came for them, and I'm really glad to see President Trump stand up, and that stark contrast to Democrats, who are just so woefully unprepared to lead on the world stage. Their reactions prove to us that they're unserious leaders.
Katie Miller, we appreciate it. And thanks for the very hard questions on your podcast that dropped tonight, wherever people watch their podcast. And Charlie, always good to see you. When we come back, the tape has been released of Bill and Hillary Clinton's closed-door depositions in the Epstein probe. We've got the highlights straight ahead, and we are monitoring Jasmine Crockett, hopefully coming back and winning the primary in Texas to be the Democratic nominee.
Amazon, hourly employees earn an average of over $23 an hour. Because sometimes a little extra goes a long way. At Amazon, skills training and apprenticeships can move hourly employees into higher paying roles.
It's not helpful.
Try the Allen wrench.
Kind of helpful.
Owning land isn't for everyone, but you're not everyone. Sure, you have a place to settle down, but that doesn't mean you're the type to settle. Meet the Mahindra 1100 and 2100 series. Engineered to be tougher and smarter than anything else in the field. With a reliable diesel engine, our best ever lift capacity, and easy-to-use intuitive tech, your toughest jobs have finally met their match. Mahindra, outworking the field.
Right now, get 0% plus $2,000 cash back on all 1100 and 2100 series tractors.
Ready for relief? I just want relief. I needed relief.
You just want relief. Like you just want it to go away.
You need the Signal Relief Patch.
We all hurt, whether it's our neck, back, knees, or shoulders. Pain keeps you from doing the things that matter most. In a recent study, 85% of people felt relief.
As a surgeon, I put it on, and I can't explain why it works. I can just tell you, it does work.
Some people think this is just in my head, but I know that it works. It's working.
The Signal Relief Patch for me offered up independence.
The Signal Relief Patch for me actually means pain relief.
With a Signal Patch, I've been able to sleep, walk, and work.
Relief. That's what the Signal Patch gave me.
It was phenomenal. Why aren't more people trying this?
Join the thousands who have experienced relief, and it comes with a money-back guarantee. Get your patch today.
Parents, America's big birthday is coming up, and your kids want an invite to the party. Let them join the fun with the Kids Guide to America's 250th Birthday, a free guide that helps kids celebrate the epic story of our nation's birth. Send your kids back in time to see our brave founding fathers signing the Declaration and get them ready for this year's massive celebration. Get the Kids Guide to America's 250th Birthday for free at freeusaguide.com. That's freeusaguide.com.
When news breaks,
I'm Martha McCallum, and this is the story.
Martha breaks down the big picture with smart insight to make sense of it all. The Story with Martha McCallum on Fox News.
Are you feeling run down, losing desire in the bedroom, and have problems with memory and focus? It's not your fault.
It's time for Strong Cell. Your cells need NAD to work properly, but NAD levels drop with age. Strong Cell replenishes NADH levels, recharging your cellular health.
I mean, I'm walking around foggy. I don't have energy. I'm yawning. You can't be in a good mood when this is all going on.
Strong Cell's proprietary microbead encapsulation delivers NADH past your gut to fuel your cells, boosting energy, focus, heart health, and healthy aging.
I'm telling you, Strong Cell changed my life. Today, I have the energy, I have the stamina, and I have the focus I had in my 30s. My male menopause is gone.
Can we talk about the bedroom?
This is much different there, too.
Try Strong Cell risk-free for 90 days. If you don't love how you feel, return it. No questions asked. Order today and get 20% off with this special TV offer.
I'm a retiree. I'm living on a pension. I get a bill for almost $40,000 from the IRS. There's no way I can pay that, but Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. That is a miracle in my book.
At Tax Relief Advocates, we may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe the IRS.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, and I made the call that changed everything.
Call 800-404-1416. 800-404-1416.
All right, Bill and Hillary Clinton deposed by the House Oversight Committee over possible ties to Jeffrey Epstein. House investigators released video from these closed-door depositions with Bill Clinton forced to answer for his past ties and extensive travel on Epstein's Lolita Express. He was even asked about this photo, but Bill doesn't seem to remember much. Take a look.
This picture was taken in Brunei.
This photo, there's a girl over here. There's someone.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
But he's also asking in the pool area were there other individuals.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, so you don't know.
No, and then there were other people in the pool.
Okay, so do you remember were they under 18? Would you know?
But then he also emphasized under oath that he saw and heard nothing to indicate President Trump was involved in Epstein's crimes. Meanwhile, during Hillary's deposition, she insisted she never met Epstein, blasted the probe as political, stormed out of the room, exploding at Republican lawmakers for leaking a photo, despite knowing that the full recorded deposition would be released. Take a look.
I'm done with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
So I would like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was... It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
Well, I would like to take a break at this moment.
Yeah,
I'd like to have a conversation.
For now.
Here with reaction, the host of the hit show, The Big Weekend Show, co-host Tommy Lahren. All right, let's see. We got Bill's 17 White House trips for Epstein, 27 trips on Epstein's plane, the hot tub, the pool, and a lot of pictures with young girls, but I'm not suspicious at all.
Well, Sean, when old Bill was looking at some of those photos, it looked like he was almost reminiscing in some of the footage there, which is quite interesting. But even so, I don't know. Every time I see Bill Clinton and every time I see Hillary Clinton, I just feel so sorry for Bill because Hillary Clinton is still the most insufferable, bitter woman I have ever seen. I'm actually shocked that she showed up in a photo. Sometimes vampires don't, and she's certainly an energy vampire. But I think Hillary Clinton's tactic here to get so mad about that photo is she wanted an excuse to end the whole thing. I almost thought she was going to pull a Real Housewives of New Jersey and just flip the entire table. But that's Hillary. And actually, I'm surprised that she wasn't excited to be back in the headlines, Sean. You know she likes to see herself on camera, and you know she likes to talk. So I actually think that deep down inside, she was pretty happy about this deposition.
So you think this was like a prepared stunt on her part?
It sure seemed that way, and I tell you, I watch enough reality TV to know a tactic when I see it, and her getting up and getting so upset and so hot and bothered about a photo. It seems as though she's trying to make an excuse if she were to just get up and walk away. Unfortunately, that didn't work out for Hillary. But it reminds me of those Benghazi hearings when she said, you know, what difference does it make? And we'll always remember her infamous lines there. She is certainly one of a kind, Sean.
Let me show you this again, and we were showing it before. Bill Clinton, like, looking and looking and looking and staring at a photo of one of these young girls. I don't know. I'm like, and the lawyer takes the paper away. He's like, no, give me that back. And apparently it's a picture of a young girl. I read, I'm like, really? You want to do that?
Yeah, that's what I was referring to earlier, Sean. It is bizarre the way that he acted. And he is smiling at some of those photos. It's a weird way to come off. I guess this is kind of Bill Clinton, and we should expect this from him at this point. I think the real bombshell out of all of this, and the real headline, is him essentially vindicating President Trump. The media didn't want to cover that one, though, Sean. They wanted to quickly move away from that point that Bill Clinton made.
Well, Donald Trump did spectacularly publicly humiliate Epstein, threw him out of his club, cooperated with local police, said, I'm glad you're doing what you're doing to the FBI. Yeah, a lot of exculpatory information there. Tommy Lahren, thank you. More Hannity coming up right after this.
You want to file free? Hit it.
Need blood pressure support? Total Beets contain a patented key ingredient clinically shown to deliver 2 times better blood pressure support. That's why Total Beets is the #1 best-selling beets brand in America. Take control of your health with Total Beets. Search Amazon now for Total Beets.
The cold truth is, you can't work from home when you're sick. You need fast relief. Alka-Seltzer Plus Day Cold and Flu Liquid Gels burst into action, relieving your cold and flu symptoms fast. Nothing works faster. Alka-Seltzer Plus.
You know, WeatherTech isn't just for new cars. No matter how old or new your car is, it deserves WeatherTech. With laser-measured protection for practically every car on the road, we've got you covered. Because messes don't care what year your car is. Whatever you're driving, we got it. We got it. We got it. Got it. We got it. We got it. We've got it. Oh, we got it. No matter what year your vehicle is, it deserves WeatherTech. Order your American-made protection today at WT.com. We're WeatherTech. You know we got it.
Our family started Cane Brew with a dream and a lot of hard work. Now we're thriving, growing, and hiring. Artificial intelligence has made all the difference for our business. We're a case study for how AI is strengthening American manufacturing. Washington needs to help AI flourish. It's vital to our economic security. We cannot let China dominate these technologies. America must innovate and win. Let's protect our competitive edge.
My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Seal. Liquid rubber in a can. It sprays out as a thick liquid, and it dries to a strong, flexible, rubberized coating. Get Flex Seal, now with a great new look.
Dr. McCullough, during the pandemic, you treated countless COVID patients and studied long-term effects. What are you seeing?
Many still struggle with fatigue, sleep issues, brain fog, headaches, and shortness of breath. Studies suggest remnants of the virus spike protein may linger and keep the body under stress.
Is that why you created Ultimate Spike Detox?
Exactly. To help the body do what it's designed to do: calm inflammation, reset, and rebalance. This nutritional supplement supports the body's natural detox and recovery pathways.
Is it just for those who had COVID?
No. Whether you've been infected, vaccinated, or just want peak wellness, these nutrients help support cellular and immune health.
Great advice. And we've put up the website below along with a special discount for our viewers. Thank you, doctor.
Save 15% with code FOX15 at tryspikeDetox.com/FOX15. That's tryspikeDetox.com/FOX15.
In the land of Israel, before the Gospels, before the cross, there was David.
Kinso, you have nothing to fear from me. Please tell me how to help you.
Under the eyes of a mad king, he was hunted. Under the weight of destiny, he stood tall. And under the hand of God, he became a legend.
This day, the Lord will conquer you, and I will kill you.
I'm Zachary Levi, and this is David, King of Israel, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Spring is the time to join Fox Nation. Sign up for just $2.99 a month. Start streaming today.
You hear the ambulances behind me. You see the black smoke rising from the horizon. This is war.
The Islamic Republic is retaliating, hitting at least 9 different countries throughout the Middle East.
The State Department is telling all Americans to leave the Middle East.
This is a Fox News alert. 2 key primary races out of the great state of Texas at this moment remains too close to call for the Democrats. James Tellerico is currently leading Jasmine Crockett, who I endorsed for the Democratic nomination. On the Republican side, John Cornyn currently leading Ken Paxton. That's all the time we have left this evening. Please set your DVR so you never miss an episode. Let not your heart be troubled. Greg Gutfeld's next. He'll put a smile on your face. Have a great night.
On? Good evening, everyone. So the attack on Iran is underway, and the U.S. military is calling it Operation Epic Fury. Not to be confused with Epic Furry, which is the operation to remove the hair from Rashida Tlaib's face. I said don't go in. The president vowed to step up strikes on Iran and warned the big one is coming, which is the same thing Jerry Nadler yells as a warning in the men's room after his 2 burrito lunch. But don't worry, it was returned to its rightful owners at Columbia University. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Meanwhile, IDF missiles struck a location where Tehran's senior clerics met to elect a new Ayatollah. The remaining leaders are now questioning their choice of venue. In his obituary, the Washington Post described the Ayatollah as a man with a bushy white beard and easy smile. It reminds us of the time they described one German leader as a sassy painter. Sassy! Too soon? In other news, during a deposition, House leaders asked Bill Clinton why he was photographed in a hot tub with a bikini-clad woman. He said it was because there was a line to get in on the sex swing. It's like a trampoline in the neighborhood, you know, one family has it. As for his wife, during her deposition, an angry Hillary raised her fist and slammed the arm. So he gained our trust. He's not a bomb-dropping fanatic like the other guy. So when he makes an exception, maybe hear him out, especially since he's been harping on Iran for decades. He wants to get rid of the bad guys in what he calls a strike. Surgical, high probability of success, limited exposure, maximum impact. What Kamala used to call the opposite of everything I represent. But maybe Trump should try saying, look, I know what I said before, but you got to trust me on this, and here's why. Trump has built a massive bank of trust, so he should use it. Because when you leave it to the other voices, you get a whiff of WMD. Fact is, some people voted for no more never-ending wars, and they have a right to be miffed. But knowing this now, would they really have voted for Kamala instead? Then there are those who voted for the whole Trump package. And you roll with his instincts. The more decisive he is, the better he is. And to some, this Iran action looks like nation building. But for others, the nation's already there. It was just tied down like Gulliver. And after 45 years, Trump said, let's cut those ropes. So how long will this bold move last? Truth is, nobody knows. We do know that the old way didn't help anyone, unless he wanted to sell used Jeeps in Kabul. You know, they used to call Trump inexperienced, because experience in D.C. meant great at kicking cans. Well, he's not kicking cans, he's kicking ass, and that's something we haven't seen in ages. Tonight's guest. He doesn't do encores because no one ever asked. Comedian Dave Landau. Like any good Benz, he costs a fortune to get serviced. Former State Department official and executive director of the Foundation for Freedom Online, Mike Benz. She loves free expression, which is why we don't pay her. New York Times bestselling author, Fox News contributor, Cat Tip. And he makes his older female fans feel like they're 80 again. Former NWA World Champion, host of Planet Hours Podcast, Cyrus. Dave, not many people know this, but you are a foreign policy expert, aren't you?
That's correct.
Yeah, you do a lot of research on your own time.
Ton.
Yeah. So what's your take on this?
Okay, on the entire thing?
Yes.
Oh.
In 5 words.
In 5 words.
No.
I'll be honest, I was surprised that they took out Iran's navy.
Yeah.
I didn't know, or at least naval ships. I didn't see them as water people. I would think that it would be hard to swim in drapes.
They don't use flying carpets anymore.
Oh, they don't?
No, they don't.
I go by all stereotypes.
Yes, you do. Why did they take out Ahmadinejad? Isn't that weird? It was like an afterthought. It was like, oh yeah, they also killed Ahmadinejad. He was president like 10 years ago.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and also, what I really don't get is they took down the statue of the guy.
Yeah.
But every supreme leader looks like him.
Yeah.
Why bother? You just have to make a new one that's going to look exactly the same.
That's true.
He doesn't even change hats.
Yeah, the Ayatollahs are they're fungible.
They are.
They're fungible. Mr. Benz. All right. I am a little bit cautiously optimistic. I place all my hope on the fact that Trump gets bored really easily, so he never gets involved in something that he can't quickly get out of. Is that a fair summation?
I hope that's the case. You're talking about a nation of 90 million people. There's 80 million Shiite Muslims. There's in that country. There's a 250 million around the world. This is going to have long-term implications, and there will be bright, shiny objects emanating from this that will force the president's attention. Whether he gets bored of it or not, it will. I think the fallout from this will be something we'll be living with for a long time.
Really, you're not bullish on this move.
I think that the initial forays into every major military action come with the kind of Team America, World Police, America, F yeah kind of thing. Right. This was our bombs over Baghdad. This was Afghanistan. This was Iraq. In this case, I think everyone is wowed right now over the overwhelming firepower and the incredible capability of our brave men and women. Even in the best case scenario, there's going to have to be some form of nation building. And that is going to be a decades-long process.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting, though. I guess I look at Trump differently than I do these previous things in the past. And maybe I'm being too generous, but I look at what he did to the nukes, what he did to Maduro, Soleimani. He always seems like he's very selfish about his time, about our money and our blood and treasure. He doesn't You think he hasn't weighed this fully through?
I think this is a surprising action because it is the opposite of what has been done in the past. Mm-hmm. In 2018 with Syria, when there was the allegations of sarin gas attacks, there were military strikes that were done. It was his first time doing that. It was very deeply applauded by the media, but they were targeted, limited. Mm-hmm. When we took out Soleimani, that was a single strike against one military leader. When the Fordo strikes happened, they were targeted, limited. We're now up to over 2,000 sites that have been struck, as well as not just the Ayatollah, but the entire leadership, over 50 of the top government, military, financial, even judges. It is going to be difficult to see a way that does not involve hundreds of thousands of casualties, which is unlike the kind of maneuvers we've seen from Trump's restraint in the past.
Yeah, I heard he even took out the band Flock of Seagulls. Because of the song.
Iran
so
Yeah.
far away.
so far. Iran
Away,
so far away.
Yeah. Never liked that song either. All right, cats. It was a terrible joke, but Mike is so serious, and I just grilled him for 5 minutes. I needed to get some levity in there, and it's you, Cat. It's you all over. He said no new war, no new forever wars. Did he betray the people?
Look, I agree with everything that Mike said. For me, it's impossible to tell, but you do know based on our involvement in this region in the past that things have kind of dragged on and on and on. And I am concerned about the exact same thing happening here. I'm married to somebody who fought in Afghanistan.
Me too.
And, well,
I'm joking.
I know, but it honestly was a very difficult thing for me to see what he went through when Afghanistan worked out the way that it did. I mean, he lost classmates there. He lost friends there. Spoken to a lot of veterans who, went through the same thing. And even many of the ones who came back, they never come back the same. And Trump himself said that it is a possibility that we took out a monster, but he could be replaced with someone who is bad also, right? So that is definitely my concern. I hope that I'm wrong. Maybe this will be the first time that this works, and we will have a democratic government in Iran in a month, or whatever people are cheering or hoping for. There's nothing in history that is showing me that would be the case. I would love to be wrong, but it's not because I don't support the military or love my country. It's because I love the military so much, and I love my country so much. And I points for honesty for Trump saying that, but those are the exact concerns that I have.
Tyrus.
Yo.
How was the 5 today?
Quieter, apparently. Look, when it comes to this situation, one thing I would like to point out, and I look at this situation with Iran as a mirror of the future for America. What we've seen in the last 4 years, where there was this big attack on our freedoms, how we speak, and a huge attack on the Second Amendment. Everybody wanted to get rid of guns. The biggest problem that Iran is having when they have all these civilians who are tired of this, but what they did in their country is they made sure none of the civilians ever had rifles, couldn't defend themselves. So even if you had 50 of the remaining, or let's say 50,000 troops left, that's more than enough to control an entire population of people. So I think when you look at what other countries go through, be thankful we live in the place that we live, that we have in a Second Amendment, that we can put a militia together if the government pulled this type of that we're seeing over there. The other thing is that I'm a big guy on stats and patterns. President Trump, I think, has earned the right. His resume speaks that he's a peace-first president. We've seen it over and over again. We've seen it with what he's been trying to do with Russia and Ukraine. But here's the thing. I think he has put a team together that, although personally none of them actually ever get along, they're all about doing the job. Rubio, everyone else had an issue with Trump about doing the job. And I think we need to give them the grace period to do the job. We can start, I'll be the first one to throw criticism if it goes sideways, but allow him to do the job. And we're going to understand information is going to be tough because the mainstream media, doesn't matter what he does, they're going to be anti-everything. The difference in this time, I feel more confident than in situations in Afghanistan, was Trump's actions have called other Middle Eastern countries, which usually don't, all of a sudden Saudi Arabia's thinking about getting involved, and maybe they will, and other countries are starting to be like, no, enough of this. And that to me is very positive. Again, I'm not going to pretend to high chair quarterback the military, but I would with what we saw what happened in Venezuela, what we're happening in Iran, what we're seeing happening, China's paying attention. I think this is a long thing where I think there will be a chance for him to leave, because he'll be able to leave it in the hands of the other Middle Eastern countries who are now invested and seem to be involved. And that's the big difference between before, I think.
All right.
This has got to be... I was just going to say quickly, you know who this has got to be super weird for? Liz Cheney.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, wait a minute.
Like, her family could only dream of this, and it was done by the guy she hates the most.
Exactly.
So that's what John Bolton said.
Yeah.
John Bolton said his only regret is that he wasn't able to persuade Trump to do that while he was the national security advisor.
What a time.
And Bill Kristol's lobbying against this.
Yeah, that's weird. Well, Crystal's gone nuts. I mean, but yeah, I think if you want Trump to do something, you tell them that nobody's been able to do it before. I think Iran was that thing that was pulse. It's like a big giant boil on your arm. Why don't you lance it? And he goes, I'll lance it. And he just, and it was like, wow, that was easy. But the problem is there could be another boil underneath. You don't like my boil analogy.
I don't mind it. I was just picturing.
You could go with a hydrant too, like another head just keeps coming up and he cuts them off, which is disgusting
Well, it's
for
like
our crowd.
if someone tells you no one's ever solved this Rubik's Cube, and you're like, well, have you tried putting a Patriot missile to blow it up?
Yes. That's a great idea.
Well, it's being tried as we speak.
Yeah, all right. Up next, Bill's trip down memory lane.
If you'll be in the New York area and would like tickets to see Gutfeld, go to foxnews.com/Gutfeld and click on the link to join our studio audience.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. A time to start new jobs and tackle new projects with new tools from Harbor Freight. Whether you're a pro or just like doing things yourself, we've got the quality tools and savings to start your new year off right. So come celebrate spring savings at Harbor Freight. Get ready. Unbeatable deals are coming soon at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale.
Need blood pressure support? Total Beets contain a patented key ingredient clinically shown to deliver 2 times better blood pressure support. That's why Total Beets is the #1 best-selling beets brand in America. Take control of your health with Total Beets. Search
Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for moderate to severe Crohn's and UC. Gut-focused Entyvio works right where you need it to block inflammation in your gut. With a legacy of more than 10 years, Entyvio offers the experience you need, lasting relief and steroid-free remission. And some people experience rapid symptom relief. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. With Entyvio, you may be able to pay as little as $0 per dose. Ask your doctor if Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen, is right for you.
Gut-focused Entyvio.
The Iranian regime is reeling as Operation Epic Fury continues to take its toll.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East tomorrow on Primetime.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle face cream. Particle face cream, engineered for men, made for our skin, and backed by science, and it actually works.
My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night.
Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those eye bags,
dark spots, wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMen.com.
Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's founder. I started my entrepreneurial journey selling greeting cards door-to-door when I was 10. At age 16, I had workers' comp insurance for my employees. Some kids were good at sports, but I was a business geek kind of a kid. While other kids were making home runs, I was making money. That's when I learned about capitalism and free enterprise. My 5th successful business, Patriot Software, helps entrepreneurs build their businesses and keep their money. For affordable accounting and payroll, go to patriotsoftware.com.
A story in 5 words.
Bill really enjoys the deposition.
Okay.
I did that one. I did that one. I remember her. Oh, she was wild. So, Mike, that was Clinton flipping through old Epstein pictures, smiling and nodding at the deposition last week. His attorney even had to pull the damn thing away from him. How can you not like him?
Look, it's crazy because Bill Clinton kind of is what if Jeffrey Epstein became president.
Yeah,
it would be Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
And so you can, my dad had this saying when two oddballs are together and they're kind of a perfect fit, and it's what are the odds two people like this would find each other? And
yeah,
this is like the inverse. This is like what would happen? What are the odds two people like this wouldn't find each other?
Yeah,
you have like the perfect embodiment.
He just doesn't care, Cat, anymore. Look at him. He doesn't care if you think he's an old horn dog. Look at that.
No.
Wow, look at that. Let me see that again.
Honestly, he's probably the first person ever in the history of depositions who wishes he took a Cialis first.
He also was probably the only one in a deposition who wished it went longer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any more pictures?
Yeah, he was like, can I take these home with me? Can I go to the bathroom for a few minutes? But with these...
What do you think he was looking at? He was looking at the pictures of the people in the...
I don't think it was puppies.
No. Well, he might have called them puppies.
You know, I'm not sure, but I'm starting to suspect that he might like to have sex with really young women.
Yes. Wait, what did he say? Not underage women, but what did he say? Underage females. I will not have sex with underage females. That's what he said, Tyrus.
Yeah.
That was a trip down memory lane.
Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe he was just so aghast and just angered by these photos, and he's still trying to convince his lawyer, that's not me. And she's like, sir, because if he has any brains in his head, he screams, it's not me, until the fatal blow of the hammer comes from Hillary. Because the only thing I can think of is that he knew that right after this hearing, he was going to go into witness protection program. So maybe that's why he was like saying to his lawyer, like, yeah, I'll cooperate. Yeah, that's me, but you're going to protect me, right? You're going to get me out of here. Because the real video is the one when Hillary gets on there.
Yeah.
Because you knew the pissed off wife was going to be, and then she saw him laughing and giggling. So it didn't matter what they said to her. Somebody leaked a little picture. Didn't matter what it was. They would have said, good morning, Hillary. And she'd be like, it's afternoon. I'm out of here. The hell with this. I don't want to be here. Like, she's furious, hitting tables and stuff. So I think Bill knows that they've either promised him 700 bodyguards, or they've moved him. They're going to put him in a witness protection program.
They promised him safe passage to Iran.
Or an island of his choosing.
Yes, exactly. You know, Dave, this could actually, this is my theory, prove his innocence. He's looking at these pictures and he's like, how did I miss this? He's like looking at it like, this wasn't here when I was there. Wait a minute, I never had that. That wasn't even on the menu.
I think he's looking at it like the first time you see a Playboy.
Yeah.
He's just so excited. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't want to get caught. And his mom keeps taking it. And he's like, no. I have to take it back. I think this is actually quite an admission of guilt, if I'm being honest. This is close, but no cigar.
Oh.
But I don't blame him for going to a sex island.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you should go with underage. I'm just saying Hillary.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been crawling into bed with. I don't even think they share a bed. I'm pretty sure she sleeps in a coffin.
After that testimony, that coffin was built for him.
The problem is like he's got to close his mouth when he's looking, because it like makes him look like a little crazy.
It's bad that he's mouthing their names.
Yes. That's my favorite video. I could watch this for days, and I will. But up next, a big burger bite.
the land of Israel, before the Gospels, before the cross, there was David.
And so, you have nothing to fear from me. Please tell me how to help you.
Under the eyes of a mad king, he was hunted. Under the weight of destiny, he stood tall. And under the hand of God, he became a legend.
This day, the Lord will conquer you, and I will kill you.
I'm Zachary Levi, and this is David, King of Israel, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Spring is the time to join Fox Nation. Sign up for just $2.99 a month. Start streaming today.
Pollen in your way?
Allergies on a hike. Great.
Plus, the risk of brain fog.
But we've got Allegra.
Allegra delivers fast, powerful allergy relief with no brain fog due to drowsiness. Try now Allegra. It's a no-brainer.
Dunn's always had a soft spot for public service.
Just doing our part.
But for whom?
There's a fentanyl deal going down today. A place called the Zone of Death.
Rough terrain, 2 violent gangs. Let your training day begin.
Yellowstone might be gone, but there's still some landmines left behind.
Marshals, a new era of Yellowstone. New episode on CBS.
Zepbound? Watch this. When I'm not feeling stuck losing the pounds, only to gain them back again. Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off.
Watch this.
People taking it lost up to 48 pounds. In a study, people using Zepbound lost an average of 50 pounds compared to an average of 33 pounds with the Wegovy injection.
Watch this.
Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if allergic to it or if you or someone in your family had MTC or MEN2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about Zepbound.
Watch this.
When my mother heard about Pure Talk's latest offer, she said, Michael, that's a third of what I'm paying my current provider. How's that even possible? I said, Ma, your current provider spent $12 billion last year on advertising and promotion. Pure Talk hired me to make a few commercials on my iPhone. That's why you can get unlimited talk and text with plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. You're welcome. Pure Talk. Everything you need. Nothing you don't.
The Lumify effect. One drop dramatically reduces redness for brighter, whiter-looking eyes that make you go, wow. Lumify works in 1 minute and lasts up to 8 hours. See what all the hype is about with the one and only Lumify.
You've got a Pepto predicament, Ace. You overdid it on the loaded fries. Undo it with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
When you overdo it, undo it with Pepto-Bismol.
This is the story of the one who doesn't just see a broken dock, he sees work stalled to a halt. Thankfully, he has Grainger, offering the scale to deliver fast. Call, click Grainger.com, or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I was tired of being told no to my dreams. But Shopify made it easy to get this brand going. Now we can take golf to a realm that we've never seen before. We're Eastside Golf, and we're powered by Shopify.
Need blood pressure support? Total Beats contain a patented key ingredient clinically shown to deliver 2 times better blood pressure support. That's why Total Beats is the #1 best-selling Beats brand in America. Take control of your health with Total Beats. Search Amazon now for Total Beats.
Planning to move? Choose Pods, the most awarded container moving company. Pods brings the container to you. Then we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure pod storage center. And you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Book at pods.com.
It's coming your way. Hey, hey. It's video of the day.
Oh, thank you. Mickey D's CEO can barely nibble on their latest ugly kibble. McDonald's CEO Chris Kempczinski is going viral for struggling to eat his company's new burger during a taste test. Roll it, Cletus.
I love this product. It is so good. I'm going to do a tasting right now, but I'm going to eat this for my lunch, just so you know. First of all, let's try to get this thing. I don't even know how to attack it. Got so much to it. Oh, there's also some crispy onions on here as well. I see those kind of coming out. All right, the moment of truth. That is so good. That's a big bite for a big arch.
His expression is saying this is a big mistake. I've seen vegans look happier at Arby's. He says he loves the product, which is a weird thing to call a burger. But it looks like the first time he's ever had McDonald's. In fact, it looks like the first time he's ever eaten anything besides kale. Grimace is supposed to be a McDonald's land character, not the face your CEO makes when he's choking down a new burger. Tyrus, do you want to see the Burger King president posted a video in response of him taking a bite out of his Whopper?
I would love to see it.
Let's play it. Oh, it's just him eating it. There you go. See, that's how you eat a burger. Yeah. He showed McDonald's. Why? Who persuaded the McDonald's CEO that that was a good idea?
The McDonald's CEO. He called his own shot. Listen, and I'm going to give him a little bit of a break on this. I've auditioned for a couple McDonald's commercials in my lifetime. You never saw them because it didn't work out. One of the reasons why it didn't work out is when they have you eat the burger's been sitting on set for a while. So every time I would bite into that double cheeseburger, I'm supposed to act like it's the greatest thing forever. All I ever tasted was cardboard.
Yeah.
And my face would do the same thing, like, you know, so he didn't test it before. He didn't try it before. And yes, he's never eaten a hamburger with his hands before. Clearly. He didn't know how to, I don't even know how to attack this thing is not what you should say when you're the CEO of a company. You should know how to. You should have showed us how to cook it, bake it, wrap it, eat it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't know anything. This is what happens. Let the actors act. Get somebody in there. And the Burger King guy, he had an apron on, and I'm pretty sure he looked like he had been in a kitchen. So, of course, it looked believable. This dude, he didn't even know he's had to double check to make sure he had the right name of the company he was talking about.
You know what, Kat, when you look at this McDonald's CEO, what kind of guy is he when you see him? Roll that VO again when you're looking at him. What kind of, if you saw him, I mean, he dresses a bit like Tom Shalhoub.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what is it about him?
You know what I hate?
What?
I really hate to say this.
Yeah.
But I'm like kind of starting to feel sorry for him.
Yeah.
And but why? Because he's so rich. I don't like, you know what I mean? Like he can make enough money to not feel bad. But I thought it was gonna be way worse. The worst part to me, you didn't even play when he was like, "This is going to be my lunch," or something along those lines. Like we all know that you are not eating that for lunch. We all know that. Because you're too busy.
Yes.
You know, you eat McDonald's for lunch, that is the day. Right? You eat the McDonald's and you recover from it.
Yes.
That's the day.
It takes 2 to 3 hours. It's just like going in for a minor surgical procedure.
Yes.
They go, just wait in the office before you. Do you have someone to come and get you?
Exactly.
That's what happens when you go to McDonald's.
Tray placement also was a huge tip-off. Nobody puts the fries in the shake in the front and the sandwich. You know what? Is this the same? Was the director of this the same one who did like all the Democrat stuff? Like, hey, hon, have a beer. Or, hey, let's make burgers. That's what that is.
Dave, my feeling is, as I look at his body, he is definitely a low-carb dude. He probably didn't want to do a lot of what do you call takes. Thank you.
Well, he takes a little nibble and he makes a face like Lindsey Graham kissing a woman.
Wait, that is.
Whatever do you mean?
Nothing at all.
That is unrealistic because we've never seen that before.
That's true. I will say, he's like, I don't know how to hold this. This isn't a man's hand who's having sex with my wife. He looks like a giant cock. I'm sorry. That's what he looks. He looks like that's what the hotel chair is built for.
I don't care. I always wondered what that hotel chair in the corner was for.
It's for him.
It's for him to sit and watch you have sex with his wife.
Correct.
Okay. Disgusting, am I right? I'm just pointing out how disgusting it is.
But accurate.
Mike, any tips for this guy?
Well, I mean, this is clearly an act of corporate espionage. The Burger King has infiltrated McDonald's. The sleeper cell has been activated. I want to know what's in that guy's stock portfolio.
I don't like the name Big Arch.
Nobody does, Greg.
Well, unless you have a foot fetish.
Yeah.
But I think even then you would want a little arch.
Yes.
All right. Coming up, can AI predict your love life?
My generalized myasthenia gravis was unpredictable and limited what I could do. But Ultomiris is continuous symptom control with improvement in activities of daily living. It is reduced muscle weakness. And Ultomiris is the only long-acting GMG treatment with the freedom of just 6 to 7 infusions per year for a predictable routine I can count on.
Ultomiris may lower your ability to fight infections, increasing your chance of serious meningococcal and other infections, which may become life-threatening or fatal. Complete or update meningococcal vaccines at least 2 weeks before you start. If treatment is urgent, you should receive antibiotics with your vaccines. Don't start if you have a meningococcal infection. Infusion reactions may include back, belly, limb, or chest pain, muscle spasms, blood pressure changes, tiredness, shaking chills, bad taste, breathing problems, or face, tongue, or throat swelling. Ultomiris is continuous symptom control. Talk to your neurologist today.
Are you Marsha?
I am. I am.
Thanks for meeting me here. Usually not an interweb dating guy. Barely ever use this phone computer. Unless it's to bundle my insurance, liberty bibbity.
Oh, same. I hate this thing, but it's true. You can save hundreds bundling with Bibberty.
Bibbity?
Bibberty?
Bibbity.
Bibberty.
Are you hungry?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get some lasagna.
And some cannolis.
Only pay for what you need.
Force Factor Amazing Ashwa reduces stress and anxiety, improves sleep, boosts cognitive health, and supports weight management. Why? Amazing Ashwa contains clinically studied KSM 66 ashwagandha. Rush to Walmart and find Amazing Ashwa from Force Factor.
Bet you can't run as fast as T-Mobile. Bet you I can. Well, you better pick it up, because T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet. Watch this. I'm okay.
T-Mobile now has the fastest 5G home internet, just $30 a month. Don't let congestion take over. Afrin No Trip. Wow, ridiculously fast nasal congestion relief. The wow is real. And now, try new drug-free Afrin Saline.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I can start right away.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
What a hotel. Right? And only $250 a night for my favorite site. What? You didn't check Trivago?
I got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago.
Oh, yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites, even your favorite one. Look, same hotel, $100 less.
You didn't check Trivago? I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
During allergic reactions, I used to hesitate using a needle injector until I said hello Neffy, the only needle-free epinephrine nasal spray for emergency treatment of allergic reactions.
Use it for signs of allergic reaction. Ask your doctor how to use Neffy. Certain medical conditions may worsen. Tell your doctor about nasal, heart, or other medical conditions. High blood pressure, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, and all medications. Side effects include nasal discomfort, headache, runny nose, shakiness, and throat irritation. Book a free virtual visit at getneffy.com and pay as little as $0 for Neffy.
Your gut is like a garden, growing both good bacteria and bad. That balance is key to a healthy gut environment. Benefiber's plant-based prebiotic fiber gently nourishes the good bacteria, working with your body to help your gut and you flourish effortlessly every day. Grow what feels good with Benefiber.
5 more words.
AI website guesses body count. Cat, a website called checkercount.com, claims to use AI to estimate a woman's sexual history by scanning her Instagram photos, tags, and followers to guess her, quote, body count. I find that whole phrase body count to be unappealing and unacceptable. But anyway, what are your thoughts? Is this even possible?
Well, no, but I think it's possible to know the body count of the man who made this website. Yep, 0.
Yeah.
I mean, no woman's never touched you. You're sitting there, you're like, oh, I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get them all.
Was she talking about you, Dave?
Maybe.
Yeah, founder and CEO of Body Company.
Joining us.
I grew the mustache to hide. It was a
Would you actually use this if it worked?
No, I don't care who they sleep with. I thought body count was trips to Planned Parenthood.
What? That makes you think, and that's important. Well done.
Look, I appreciate a good whore.
Yes.
And I say this as a married man. I don't do it anymore, but in my younger days, I don't need to know how many you've been with. I've sat with a girl who ended up being a model, and I was like, guess who I slept with? And 10 other guys were like, yeah, so did I. and I said, oh, that didn't stop me.
No, it didn't.
I was just as excited knowing I had 13ths.
You're disgusting.
It was really nice of her to help stop the male loneliness epidemic.
Yes, I agree.
Be an award for that.
Yeah.
Should be a 501c3.
But
yeah, and my emoji on my websites isn't anime avatar, so I have been with a woman.
Yeah, but you can't count that time you pretended you were in Make-A-Wish.
That's true.
All right.
I still have the wheelchair.
Mike, isn't it a biological reaction? Like why are men interested in numbers? Like, why is that such a thing? Women do.
Well, purely for science.
I don't think women are that interested. I mean, they probably would want to know.
I mean, when I found out about this website, I did do purely for science. I plug several ex-girlfriends' Instagrams into it, and I just reporting back the scientific data that the numbers were approximately 3 to 4x the stated. So either the science of this website is wrong or the testimony. So this might be a national security threat.
Yes,
it might actually undermine the.
Turns out we're Eskimo brothers. Had the same chick once.
Tyrus.
This unfortunately is an embarrassment, and on behalf of men, I have to apologize for the few in our clan that are that insecure. Talking about body count, as if.
Yes.
As if. Yeah, like, oh, she's been with 40 people. I drew the line. Like, stop, bro. You're gonna.
We live a lot longer, by
and it's also stupid. Like, find out like the rest of us.
Yeah.
Yes. Like family reunion picnic. 3 years into the marriage,
yes,
and you run into one of their old college buddies who has stories upon stories, and you're like,
what the hell?
But like it doesn't. It's one of those things where it's one of those fake issues that people who can't compete in the real world bring up. Like, why won't you be with her? Well, her body count. Like, that's the stupidest thing. At least, and here's the deal: if you do it right, fellas, you'll morph it and change it to fit yours, and you'll never have to worry about it again.
Well, and if it was a guy's website, it would just be higher. He'd be like 100.
Yeah, it would all lie. Every dude on there would be lying. Be like, 1 billion.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. I remember my first month out. I'm actually 2 billion. Aw.
Everyone.
Well, I can see that nobody likes this, so it'll be a big success. It always does. The thing we hate on this show always somehow becomes successful. I mean, look at Brick Hume.
Yeah. Wonder what his body counts like.
Stop it. Up next, the musical connection to Crashes.
Forget the warm-up. DirecTV got hot. They're on fire with more MLB games than anyone.
Welcome to the big leagues, kid.
How old are you?
11.
Force Factor Hair Growth Accelerator promotes thicker, fuller, healthier hair in just 3 weeks. Hair Growth Accelerator contains a clinically studied key ingredient that quickly accelerates hair growth and reduces fine lines and wrinkles. Search Amazon now for Force Factor Hair Growth Accelerator.
Did you hear about Shield, that test for colon cancer?
No, what?
It's just a blood test.
No.
Exactly.
So I don't have to spend time doing all that other stuff?
Nope.
No.
Bring it back. Nope.
Shield is for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk for colon cancer. Ask your doctor about FDA-approved Shield, from the company trusted in blood tests for cancer for over a decade.
Take an EKG from anywhere, but with 6 times the data. Can your smartwatch do that? Introducing Cardia Mobile 6L, the FDA-cleared EKG that provides 6 times more heart data than any smartwatch. And it detects 3 of the most common arrhythmias in just 30 seconds, including atrial fibrillation, bradycardia, and tachycardia. Cardia Mobile 6L, the world's most advanced personal EKG. Get yours today at cardia.com or Amazon.
Tired of body pain holding you back? Try Aleve for longer-lasting pain relief. Unlike Tylenol and Advil, just 1 dose of Aleve provides up to 12 hours of relief from all types of body pain. Try Aleve.
Are you one of the millions of Americans who suffer from an upset stomach after a big meal? Try Pepto-Bismol. Unlike some products, Pepto coats and soothes your digestive system to provide fast 5-symptom relief. Stock up on Pepto today.
Outnumbered is outrating the rest. Smart, bold, and always ahead of the curve.
Certainly, everybody can get behind that.
Outnumbered on Fox News, America is watching.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle Face Cream.
Particle Face Cream?
Engineered for men, made for our skin,
And backed by science, and it actually works. My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night. Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those
Eye bags,
Dark spots, wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMen.com.
When people search for you online, what do they find? Reputation Defender helps get rid of or bury negative search results so you can make the best first impression. Search your name today and let Reputation Defender help you rise to the top.
The way you do anything is the way you do everything. Honor your word, shatter expectations, and give generously. These are the principles that built the finest, most functional, slim wallet in the world. Carry a proof wallet and be reminded of your pursuit of excellence every single day.
Is this even real?
A new study, my favorite kind, finds that fatal car crashes increase on days when new albums, we still say albums, are released. Researchers say drivers get distracted from using phones or in-car systems to play the new music. I think this is idiotic. I think it's a correlation, not causation, except that, Dave, they claim that the pattern holds even after accounting for Fridays, holidays, partying, alcohol. I guess like Fridays you have more accidents. I don't know. I'm just reading this off the paper. What do I care? Suggesting the music excitement and phone fiddling play a key role. Is this even real? Has the music caused you to kill people?
Once or twice, but that was, I played it backwards.
But only in reverse. Yes. And then I play Judas Priest in reverse.
Yes. There's so many of them, actually. Yeah. I think the problem is you're driving and all of a sudden your phone alerts you out of nowhere from like iTunes or something, like Drake has a new album and you think it's an urgent call. But if like, remember when U2 dropped that album?
Yes.
I mean, how many people just jerk their car into traffic because of it?
Exactly.
You're like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Yes. how did I get this on my phone? And
You couldn't even get it off.
Yeah, it was like a musical equivalent of an incurable STD. Your phone, you get your phone, and oh my God, what's that thing on the corner? That's a new U2 album.
That's not fair, Greg, because the STD, you at least earned it.
Yeah.
No, you didn't ask for it, but you were in the game. You know what I'm saying? I didn't ask for U2. I didn't go on there and be like, hey, U2, and an old album, they gave me a new album. I'm like, well, it is my fault. I did go into U2. It's not the same thing, Gutfeld.
Well, and it's like two men kissing on the album are like embracing.
Yeah.
It just says U2, and you're like, how'd you get this pic? And you're like, oh, thank God it's an album.
Yes. Mike, you're kind of a science geek, aren't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Is this actual science?
Well, we need to see the methodology in detail, but I just can't think of a recent good album, and I almost had a sense of jealousy that people are experiencing new music as being so good that they're crashing. I want to go out like that.
Yeah.
Music.
I would like to crash into Maroon 5. It could. Like, I would like to listen to nothing but see them crossing the street.
They actually could have just remastered the Dave Matthews album.
Yes.
And it could have just been Crash Into Me, and that could have just skewed the data.
Yes, Dave Matthews. I was going to... Look, you and
I've crashed with
Dave
alcohol
Matthews.
and old music.
What?
I've crashed due to alcohol and old music.
That's so true. Kat, what do you make of this study?
Okay, technically, isn't there probably an album coming out every day?
Yes. Yes.
So, what are they even talking about?
It's true.
They're like, what albums count versus don't count? This is. We've done a lot of dumb stories on here and that's not, it's nice and fun. But this is probably the one that makes the least sense of any that we've ever done. Especially because I also think that old music is more likely to make you crash your car and die. Because maybe you're like thinking about like feelings, or this reminds me of someone, and it really takes you out of your head. That's the stuff where I really get distracted when I'm listening to music where it's like it takes me back somewhere mentally.
Goth music. Listen to goth music while you're driving. That's a bad thing. Don't listen to
You mean like emo music?
Emo music.
Yeah.
That's terrible, Tyrus.
Nah, man. You know what? This is accurate. This is accurate. This is why we have to stop the Swifties.
Yeah.
We know who's doing these accidents. We're just, you fellas are afraid. I'm just gonna say it. Is women with their new Taylor Swift album causing all the murder?
Yes.
Say it.
And they're
just say it. There are
young
bad driving already. So you have a bunch of bad drivers, and then you give them a cool jingle to go with their bad driving. Of course, there'll be murder.
This is where Islam has it right.
I didn't see that.
Allah, I'll show myself out now. You come with it.
Allah, show myself out. All right. Don't go away. We'll be right back. That was good.
Join the millions who are feeling the power of Osteo Biflex, the #1 pharmacist-recommended joint care supplement. At your local retailer and club.
Dr. McCullough, during the pandemic, you treated countless COVID patients and studied long-term effects. What are you seeing?
Many still struggle with fatigue, sleep issues, brain fog, headaches, and shortness of breath. Studies suggest remnants of the virus spike protein may linger and keep the body under stress.
Is that why you created Ultimate Spike Detox?
Exactly. To help the body do what it's designed to do, calm inflammation, reset, and rebalance. This nutritional supplement supports the body's natural detox and recovery pathways.
Is it just for those who had COVID?
No. Whether you've been infected, vaccinated, or just want peak wellness, these nutrients help support cellular and immune health.
Great advice. And we've put up the website below along with a special discount for our viewers. Thank you, Doctor.
Save 15% with code FOX15 at tryspikeDetox.com/FOX15. That's tryspikeDetox.com/FOX15.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. New jobs, new projects. Celebrate your new year with quality tools and savings at Harbor Freight. Get ready. Unbeatable deals are coming soon at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale.
This one goes better with the walls.
This is so much easier than the home improvement store.
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee.
And installation.
Oh, no. That's not my department.
With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing. No surprises. And installation is on your schedule.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the home floor advantage.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today. New Sensodyne Clinical Repair is absolutely amazing. When your teeth are sensitive, they need special care. New Sensodyne Clinical Repair creates a protective shield over those exposed areas that can help repair sensitive...
Your sisters are running early.
Early? This headache.
We've got an hour. Try Painquil.
The max strength liquid pain reliever that starts working fast. Painquil, the aches, pain, strains, head pounding, back aching, fights pain fast medicine.
That's it. We're switching teams.
You can't just switch.
I mean, we just switched to Verizon.
Got 4 new iPhone 17 Pros on them.
It's good to be on a winning team.
Come into Verizon and get 4 iPhone 17 Pros on us.
Nachos?
You hear the ambulances behind me. You see the black smoke rising from the horizon. This is war.
The Islamic Republic is retaliating, hitting at least 9 different countries throughout the Middle East.
The State Department is telling all Americans to leave the Middle East.
Dave Landau, Mike Dance, Cat Studio audience. Fox News, that's I'm Greg Efford. I love you, America.
Good evening, I'm Trace Gallagher. It's 11 p.m. on the East Coast, 8 o'clock here in Los Angeles, and 7:30 Wednesday morning in Iran. This is America's Late News, Fox News at Night.
We're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks.
Breaking tonight, Operation Epic Fury now ahead of schedule, and the Trump administration is escalating attacks on Iran. It's happening as the U.S. military says Iran's missile power is waning, and not a single Iranian ship is sailing in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or the Gulf of Oman.
We have severely degraded Iran's air defenses and destroyed hundreds of Iran's ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones. And in simple terms, we're focused on shooting all the things that can shoot at us.
Meantime, countries throughout the Middle East already hit by Iranian rockets now on high alert for more. Qatar even shot down 2 Iranian warplanes in its airspace. And other Gulf states are also not ruling out military action. Meantime, the Pentagon identifying 4 of the 6 U.S. service members killed by Iranian strikes. All 6 stationed in Kuwait, hit by a drone attack. We have Team Fox coverage. The White House correspondent Aisha Hosni standing by on the North Lawn with new information from the Trump administration. But we begin with the chief correspondent, Jonathan Hunt. He's live for us in London with more on the fighting. Jonathan, sounds like the U.S. is turning up the heat.
Absolutely, that is exactly what is happening, Trace. We are approaching the 100th hour of this war, and CENTCOM says that in that short time, some 2,000 Iranian targets have been hit. The U.S. is very clearly focused on degrading Iran's military capabilities on land through the continued destruction of Iran's missiles, launchers, and missiles factories, and at sea, crippling the Iranian Navy and its ability to control the commercially critical Strait of Hormuz.
Now, in retaliation, the Iranian regime has launched over 500 ballistic missiles and over 2,000 drones. To be clear, Iran is indiscriminately targeting civilians.
Now, those Iranian salvos have targeted 11 countries in the region, and they have, of course, as you mentioned, killed 6 American service members, 4 of whom were officially named today.
Express my deepest condolences to the families and teammates of the extraordinary Americans who have been killed in action. And I'd also like to extend our prayers for a speedy recovery to the wounded.
Israel, meantime, appears to be targeting Iran's political leadership, striking at another reported gathering of Islamic Republic officials today as claims emerge that Ayatollah Khamenei's son, Mujtaba, might emerge as Iran's new leader. Now, Mujtaba Khamenei is considered a hardliner, and Trace, it's inconceivable, therefore, that the U.S. and Israel would accept him, meaning that man now is a target. He is very much the next marked man. Trace?
Yeah. Indeed, he is. Jonathan Hunt live for us in London. Jonathan, thank you. Global tensions rising tonight amid Operation Epic Fury. The White House correspondent Aisha Husni is live for us on the North Lawn with new information from the Trump administration. Aisha, good evening.
Hey, good evening to you, Trace. The Trump administration has really been trying to be on the airwaves everywhere to try to send their message about these strikes. And the president isn't just managing the strikes that are happening on Iran, he's also managing the reaction globally. Today, he announced that the U.S. would start insuring every single trade ship, especially any trade ship that's energy related that moves through the Gulf right now, the Strait of Hormuz. And it comes as oil prices are soaring, Trace, with the president saying these prices will drop as soon as this conflict ends, whenever that is. Brand new Fox News polling reveals that Americans are split pretty 50-50 on these strikes here. Meanwhile, today, while meeting with the German chancellor, Trump took aim at another ally, threatening to stop all trade with Spain after Spain refused to allow U.S. troops to use its bases for those strikes. Now, Trump also answering questions about who might lead the country next. He says most of the people he had in mind to lead Iran are now dead, and now he's moving his attention to another group of leaders.
They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
Around Prince Reza Pahlavi, is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that.
Yeah, Trace, the president adding that it would seem to him that somebody from within would be more appropriate to lead the country. Some new reporting tonight also from the Wall Street Journal. Apparently, President Trump is thinking about supporting militia groups inside Iran to help topple the regime that is still hanging on. He called the Kurds in Iraq this weekend, a group that boasts thousands of experienced soldiers along the Iran-Iraq border. So something that we all should be following very closely in the coming days. Trace?
And we will. Aisha Husni live for us on the North Lawn. Aisha, thank you. Let's bring in our panel. Dr. Sheila Nazarian, who escaped from Iran with her family at the age of 6. Rabbi Chaim Menz from the Chabad of Bel Air, California. Shirin Yadigar, whose family fled Iran during the Islamic Revolution. Brent Sadler, retired Navy captain. And Rebecca Heinrichs, a Hudson Institute senior fellow. Welcome to all of you. It's interesting. You had President Trump there, Sheila Nazarian, talking about, is Reza Pahlavi a possibility? And he said, sure. I mean, people like him. The question is, do enough people like him to support him? Does he have the security support? Does he have the apparatus to be able to go in and be a vehicle for change inside Iran, which right now is very volatile?
I think we hear President Trump kind of thinking out loud sometimes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it could be Reza Pahlavi. It could be somebody who's more moderate from within the regime. But what I will tell you is the people in Iran are chanting Reza Pahlavi's name. The diaspora Iranians in our community are doing the same all over the world, actually. And I don't think the correct answer is to keep this regime in place and put another Islamist, no matter how moderate.
Right.
What is a moderate Islamist? I don't think the people in Iran, after losing so many people, so much bloodshed, will accept someone from within this regime to be in power.
Yeah, it really is. You know, Rabbi, you look at this whole thing, and if you look at it as a chessboard, there's a lot of moves to be made here. But one of the big ones is, who is going to internally inside Iran, with very little communication and very few weapons among the populace, the 92 million people who are not in the IRGC, who is going to rise up, and how do you motivate that person to do so?
That's the $100 million question that nobody has really an answer to. But there are things that can be done. We have, as Dr. Sheila said, that we do have Roger, that he's able to come in and be the figurehead. I would love to see some powerful people that will be able to say on any given day, they'll come in and take over the government. Somebody who's good to be the chief of police, the chief of fire department, the chief of the army. These are very important things that have to be taken care of. We cannot go and just say, well, what's going to be? It has to be planned out. The most beautiful thing is that every person in Iran is waiting. Give us our people. Show us the path, and we will stand behind you.
I want to play some sound. This is Speaker Mike Johnson today, and he was talking about the Iranian people really making the next move. He said the following.
We have taken out,
what appears to be top few layers of leaders and potential leaders who would take over there. It is time for the people of Iran to step up and seize this moment of opportunity for them, the one that they have long awaited, to have freedom there. We're encouraging that. We're hopeful for that.
And they are likely willing, Shirin. But are they ready? I mean, that's the whole thing. And maybe they are ready. And are they unwilling because they don't have the resources?
Well, we saw what happened when they took to the streets because they were unarmed, right? And we know that more than 32,000 people were killed in 2 days.
Right.
So yes, they're ready, but they need ammunition and they need support. So they are extremely thankful to President Trump for doing what he's done to pave the way, but they can't do this alone. So what we heard President Trump say about having the Kurds possibly come in and help is a great idea. And they are so fractured within right now that there's a great opportunity to get some of the military to really back up the people of Iran for a free Iran because they cannot do it without help.
President Trump said this about Iran. He was talking about this and the might that they might have lost. Watch.
They have no Navy. It's been knocked out. They have no Air Force. It's been knocked out. They have no air detection. That's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about everything's been knocked out. So we'll see how we do.
I mean, you look at this, Brent Sadler, and there's a rundown that Jennifer Griffin, our Pentagon correspondent, chief national security correspondent, was talking about, that on Saturday, you had Iran firing 90 missiles. On Sunday, they fired 75. On Monday, they fired 25. And as of today, at last check, they fired 20. Maybe a half dozen tomorrow, maybe a dozen. Who knows? But it sure looks like the numbers are being depleted on the Iranian side.
No, absolutely. I think that's expected. And again, they're shooting these things off not very well coordinated. But the other number that's dropping, but not as fast because there's so many of them, are the drones. And so those are still at a very, very high number that are being launched. And it'll take time to hunt down the launchers and to degrade the capacity that the Iranians have spent years building up.
And when you hear Rebecca Heinrichs, when you hear that the president is, and Marco Rubio, that they are turning up the volume. They have decided that they are going to, unleash hell, for lack of a better term, on Iran. So you see Iran's forces and Iran's resources being depleted, and you have the Israeli and American forces saying, we are about to turn things up a notch or 10.
Right, Trace, because what happened is the United States with the IDF went in there and they had a very, very clear mission in this first wave of attacks. We confused and essentially took out the leadership, and that was the first wave. Now we are launcher hunting, taking out the missile launchers, missile production capacity. As Brent said, we need to go after the drone production facilities and their drones. But the United States now basically has air dominance over Iran, and so now you're going to see these larger explosions going after these deeply buried hardened targets, potentially the illicit nuclear facilities as well.
Yeah, the New York Times wrote the following here. The senior clerics responsible for selecting Iran's next supreme leader met on Tuesday, today, to deliberate, and the son of the slain former leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, emerged as the clear frontrunner. Experts say that it's a sign, Rabbi, that maybe the IRGC hardliners are kind of taking control of this process. Does that sound fair to you?
It could be very, very fair. We don't know. Remember, some of them are religiously inclined, but the truth of the matter is many of them are politically, and they want to stay there. There are a lot of people starting to think within the government, why am I dying for a dying cause? And this is where all of us have to start recognizing there is a chance. Don't trust. Ronald Reagan said, trust. You can trust, but verify. These people are still part of the snake's ideology, but are they coming out and changing their way to be able to go and say, I want to work with the West. I want to work with America. I wouldn't mind being with Israel. Let's go, people, and start a government. I think what we all will agree on is we cannot allow anybody that is anything but a free democracy for these people. We kept Hamas in Gaza. Why? You don't want to do that in Iran.
Dr. Nazarian, I saw one shake of the head. Is that a yes or a no?
I think it's a no. And the reason is, any of these hardliners that are within the regime right now.
In the IRGC.
In the IRGC. The second they say, we want to work with Israel,
right.
They're dead. the other ones will kill them. You know, remember when Yasser Arafat was offered all this deal and he turned it down, even though he got like over 90% of what he wanted. Why? Because he knew the next day he would be killed, and he wasn't willing to die. And that's the type of same mentality, ideology that we're dealing with these hardline extremist Islamists in Iran.
Yeah, but it seems to me, if you talk to the people in there, and we should point out, it is very difficult. I talked with a woman today whose sister lives in Iran. She's been trying to get a hold of her using WhatsApp, trying to do whatever they can to try, but there is no internet. They've shut the internet down. 98% of the population cannot get messages out, Shirin, and that's part of the problem is nobody really knows what the temperature is inside the country right now because it's hard to get the read when you can't talk to the people inside.
Well, we do know when they send out messages and they tweet and they say, "Thank you, President Trump. We are here. We want freedom. Don't stop." All they keep saying when they have those moments of internet is, "Please help us and please continue. We don't want reform. We want a new regime." And we didn't lose our soldiers. We did not go into this war so that they can continue to have ballistic missiles and we can bring in another, mullah so that they can go ahead and threaten us death to America and death to Israel. Let's remember those slogans and why we're there in the first place.
Yeah, we heard a little bit of this bite in the open to the show, but I wanted to play the whole thing. This is the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, talking about what they plan to unleash in the hours ahead.
You're about to see, we're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks as, frankly, the two most powerful air forces in the world take apart this terroristic regime and defang it and take away its ability to threaten its neighbors or hide behind a zone of immunity that allows them to develop their nuclear ambitions.
I mean, talk about this from a diplomatic perspective, if you can, Brent Sadler. I mean, it's one of those things where you think, is this a message that the United States is sending to Iran to say, hey, back off, do not ramp back up, do not bring in another leader that might be as, the next follow-up to Ayatollah Khamenei?
Yeah, I mean, the reason that we're at this situation now is because the nature of this theocratic regime in Tehran is so antithetical to any peaceful resolution and certainly not going to honor any negotiated deal, as we've seen time and time again. So what I think the Secretary of State is kind of hinting at there is that the next phase of this is going to be going after the muscle on the streets to provide an opening for the Iranian people to stand up and start organizing to take back their country. That's really where the initiative has to come. And it could be from the professional military, the Army, but more likely also the Navy, that could start to break away from the IRGC's grip, and also even probably other civilian leaders inside Iran that might start to form pockets of resistance. It's going to be messy for sure, but it's the Iranian people's opportunity. We best can provide an opportunity, an opening for that to actually blossom.
But staying for just 1 second with me, Brent Sadler, when you say it's going to be messy, does it have to be messy? If you get enough of the people in the IRCG or you get enough Basij that decide they're going to drop their weapons, they're going to go to the other side, is there a way for the people in Iraq now to somehow negotiate with the leadership of Iran, and be able to come to some type of agreement before this becomes a civil war?
Well, the key thing is not to get directly drawn into this and think that the United States or any other outside power can actually dictate terms or set conditions that are, a replica of an American form of governance. That's not really what we need to get into, and that's the path to the forever war. It's really for the Iranian people to decide. From an American perspective, we need to be able to embrace that messiness, but hold clear to the national interest. That is, there cannot be another regime in Tehran that is chanting death to America, supporting and fomenting terrorism across the Middle East and killing Americans. That's the red line that we need to hold. And if there is another leader that's emerging that's going to be a repeat of this theocratic regime, I think then the bombs will continue.
Expand on that, if you would, for me, Rebecca Heinrichs, when Brent says, hey, listen, the bottom line here is this has to be up to the Iranian people, but the Americans have to be involved. How does that work?
Well, I think that it's pretty clear by listening to what Rubio said, listening to what President Trump said, which is that there's a constant handing or creating an incentive for defections. I think that there still is. I'm a little bit more optimistic that there could be basically enough people defecting from the standing army. The IRGC are the really ideological ones that have been protecting the regime. The standing army are the ones that might have a political incentive. I like what the rabbi said. You might have some people who would say, look, I don't want to die a martyr. I would like political power. I want to side with the Iranian people, and I'm going to work with the West to create at least an interim government before we can get to something that Americans want to see, which is ultimately handing the country back over to the Iranian people with a democracy. We're not anywhere near that. From a U.S. perspective, we want to break their will to fight and get some kind of interim government in place that's more cooperative with the United States.
Interesting, Sheila, when you talk about the philosophy of, maybe there is somebody within the IRGC, within the message, who decides, you know what? We want to negotiate. I don't want to be a tyrant. I want to work with these people that I want to rule.
I think that we have to make the distinction, especially for the viewers, the difference between the IRGC and the police. Totally different. The IRGC are the hardline extremist crazies. The police might defect. Yes, that's what we want. And we've seen some defect already. But that's not the same as the IRGC, and we have to make that distinction. So yes, the armed people that can defect are more likely to be the police, maybe the Navy, maybe some military personnel. But the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, that's the tough part.
Yeah, Rabbi, it is the tough part because, we talked about this last time you were on. You're a man of peace. And at some point, you have to step back and you have to motivate some people to be able to fight for what they believe in and fight for their country.
You're right. But we must remember what we're saying over and over and over. Our president said it. Everybody's saying it. The people of Iran have to make the... What are you talking about? Do you think without God's help, even after 10 plagues, the Jews were just able to walk out of Egypt? No, you got to be held by God. I'm not saying America or Israel is God. But what I am saying is, you can beat the will, but these people, they don't know how to run a government. What are they going to do? What are they going to just walk into the offices and say, all of a sudden, here I am? We must create a government to allow them to go into place, right? Whether it's from people from the inside or whether it's from the outside. The people themselves, yeah, okay, go make a government. Come on, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. But I will say, that we tend to forget, Shirin, when you look at the Iranian people and you talk to those who are living in this country, it's amazing to me how we tend to overlook the fact that these are highly educated people. These are, the women are being oppressed over there. We will all, we'll stipulate to that. The question is, these are very smart people who have very strategic and stringent goals, and people tend to forget that sometimes.
They're actually more educated than we are here in California, by the way. Factually true. It's a true thing. You can look it up and Google it. But, they are nationalistic too. They love their country. They are not Islamists. You have to understand that Iran is not this Islamist country. This is what happened when they came in. So these people are nationalists. They love their country. They love Iran. They want nothing more to have a free Iran. And I am so certain that the police will rise up with the people, that we will have factions of the military because they love their country more than they love Islam.
Shirin, Rabbi, Sheila, Brent, Rebecca, thank you all. Coming up, Democrats, hypocrisy on display, condemning President Trump's strikes on Iran without congressional approval, but defending Obama when he attacked Libya. Remember that?
Well, obviously, Libya and the circumstances connected to that were very different than the circumstance that we face in Iran right now.
But were the circumstances vastly different? We'll have a little history lesson next, and later in the nightcap. What do you think comes next in Iran? Will the current Islamic government hold out and keep power, or will we see regime change? Let us know. X, Instagram, @Trace Gallagher. We'll read your responses coming up in the nightcap. We're coming right back.
This isn't just a motorcycle. It's an engineering miracle. A time machine.
It's a good friend. It's all your friends.
It's your inner child. And it's all the stars in the sky.
It's a highway to your final form.
And as America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive protects whatever it means to you.
Wait, are you talking to me? Sorry, I can't hear anything with this thing on. This isn't just...
No. I stopped.
Oh, that's you, sorry.
We all eat unhealthy foods and breathe unhealthy air. Most of what you eat, drink, and breathe passes through your liver. This can make you feel tired and sluggish. Your liver is a vital organ that cleanses your body, supports fat metabolism, and produces your body's energy. Liver Right Liverade is the natural dietary supplement that aids and supports liver function and cleanses your liver from impurities in your diet and environment, so you can have better energy and better quality of life. Help your liver daily with Liverade. Available at CVS, Walgreens, and Walmart.
On streets across America, young people are homeless, abused, in danger. Covenant House is helping young people with nowhere else to turn, but the need is overwhelming. Please call or go online now with your gift of $19 a month. You'll help provide hot meals, safe shelter, medical care, and love to more than 2,000 young people who sleep at a Covenant House every night. Homeless young people are afraid and alone. Your monthly donation right now will show them they are loved and safe.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life.
Call or go online now and give just $19 a month. We'll send you this comforting blanket as a reminder of the difference you're making in a young person's life.
I will rescue you.
Call or go online now to safeplacetosleep.org.
My accountant, who uses unsecured email, has all my tax info.
Tax forms have all the personal info thieves need to steal your identity. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points for identity theft. LifeLock, for the threats you can't control.
Kubota Orange Days is here, where you can turn dream projects into reality. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Find your nearest dealer at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
The Iranian regime is reeling as Operation Epic Fury continues to take its toll.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East tomorrow on Primetime.
This is your brain, or at least how your brain feels as you age. And this is your brain on Mindful Advantage. Doctors preferred Mindful Advantage, the cutting-edge, science-backed brain health supplement that will help keep your mental edge sharp.
To get your complimentary sample of Mindful Advantage, just text MIND to 231231.
Mindful Advantage boosts your memory, improves focus, and helps you think faster starting in just 90 minutes by targeting 5 areas of brain function with 5 key brain-boosting ingredients. Ingredients backed by 7 clinical studies.
It makes me feel focused and sharp.
I feel more like I felt years ago. Think faster in just 90 minutes with Mindful Advantage.
To get your complimentary sample of Mindful Advantage, just text MIND to 231231. Text now and we'll send you a bottle of Doctor's Preferred Magnesium absolutely free. So text MIND to 231231.
Yeah. 2 p.m. still works great. We'll put our best guy in the job.
You said you were the best guy.
Also the sales guy.
You should check out Capitus. You can get a fast business loan and hire some help.
Customer service, please hold. Loans are complicated.
Not with Capitus. It's easy to apply and there are no hidden fees.
I got this.
Stop waiting, start growing, get the funding you need at Capitus.com. You should probably call HR.
You're looking at HR.
Madam Leader, you're saying that the president did not need authorization initially and still does not need any authorization from Congress on Libya?
Yes.
Thank you both.
Thank you all very much.
Well, look what we found, an old clip of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi defending the Obama administration's Libya strikes in 2011. Let's bring in former California GOP chairwoman Jessica Milan Patterson and political consultant Michelle Backus. Thank you both for coming on. I mean, Obama and the United States were in Libya for 7 months. They apparently didn't need Congress, but Trump's been there for 4 days, and he's got to have congressional backing here, Michelle. It sounds fair, right?
Yeah, it's a double standard. We all know if this was anyone else but President Trump, it would be a different story. And as you said, Trace, this is 7 months in Libya. And it's not just Libya. You look at Obama's presidency, he ordered airstrikes in 7 different countries during that time. The good news is that President Trump has history and precedent
on his side. It's not only the Obama administration, it's also Biden, Clinton. It isn't the first time this happened. It's clearly a double standard, and it's the Democrats' selective outrage.
Meantime, I want to kind of, throw this forward. Bill Melugin was saying, maybe let's ask the current leader of the Democratic House what he thinks about this whole 7 months in Libya. So here's Bill Melugin, right? And Hakeem Jeffries going back and forth. And listen how Jeffries kind of frames this. Tries to point at Melugin like, oh, yeah, you're not being. And then watch what he says at the end here.
Back in 2011, Nancy Pelosi said that then President Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya. Now House Democrats say President Trump needs that approval to bomb Iran. What's the difference?
Well, obviously, Libya and the circumstances connected to that were very different than the circumstance that we face in Iran right now. I mean, I don't even understand the genesis or basis of that question. Not suggesting that you're not asking it in good faith.
Libya went on for 7 months.
As I've indicated, first of all, I was not in Congress at the time.
End of conversation. Listen, the question is a crappy question. Oh, by the way, I wasn't even in Congress.
It's very clear that he does not understand the genesis of that question.
Right.
And we've seen this time and time again from Hakeem Jeffries. He is unprepared to answer very basic questions which he should be ready to ask. The bottom line is that the strikes in Iran are justified. The bottom line is that Republicans and Democrats need to get behind President Trump and what he is doing. The reason for that is because they are weakening our position on an international stage. So policy-wise, what he is doing is so incredibly bad. But politically, he just looks foolish.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, hey, what do you think about the Reagan doctrine? Well, I wasn't around when Reagan was around. It's kind of an unbelievable response. Meantime, you had Chuck Schumer accusing Marco Rubio responding to Schumer saying the war is not just, and Rubio saying, well, here's why we're doing it.
The American people do not want an endless war. The administration doesn't seem to know what it's doing. Every hour there's a different rationale as to why we're doing this.
I'll repeat the objectives. The president laid them out yesterday. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It cannot have, and therefore it cannot have the things it was hiding behind to have a nuclear weapons program.
You know, Michelle, we could play this 4 different sound bites of Marco Rubio kind of going point by point, talking about the missiles, talking about the drones they are sending out, talking about the cover for the nuclear weapons that they want to build. We can go point by point, and every time you ask a Democrat, they're like, nobody's ever given me any kind of reason why they did this.
And kudos to Marco Rubio, by the way, because he's handling this very well, especially considering the Democrats are continually against them. I give props to John Fetterman, of all people, who's coming out and saying this is a good thing that had to happen. And, you know, you talk about the War Powers Act. Look, Marco Rubio is not taking any crap from these Democrats or these reporters. He said, we've notified within the first 48 hours. We notified the Gang of 8. We're doing everything that we need to do, but this was necessary.
Yeah, and of all the nonsense we've heard tonight, I still think the winner of tonight's doesn't know what they're talking about question goes to Eric Swalwell. He was on one of the other networks, and he said the following. Watch.
I wonder what you say to Republicans who say, look, given the change in circumstances, given this war in Iran, it is time for Democrats to come together and fully fund DHS so it can do its job, especially in this moment.
No, I see protecting the homeland as also protecting the vulnerable immigrants who are running through the fields and factories where they work.
What? What?
Just a week ago today, President Trump said, stand up if you believe the first duty of the American government is to protect its citizens and not illegal aliens. Now, Eric Swalwell was not at the State of the Union, so we didn't see him stand up. But it's very clear from his comments there where he actually stands on this. And this guy wants to be the governor of California. This guy is not a leader. He is a panderer. He is trying to win the Democrat base, and that is what he is doing with comments like this.
Yeah, why do I feel like that it's just a bunch of influencers that kind of infiltrated Congress? It's kind of amazing. They get a lot of clicks, they get a lot of likes, but they have very little policy to go on. Jessica, Michelle, thank you both. Well, we are monitoring breaking news in the first midterm primary elections in 3 states, including Texas. The senior national correspondent Rich Edson is live in Austin with the update on 2 competitive races. Rich, good evening.
Yeah, they are, Trace. Good evening. 2 more elections. That's what John Cornyn is going to have to win if he wants to stay the incumbent senator from the state of Texas. He just addressed reporters here in Austin, Texas, where he said he's going to a runoff with State Attorney General Ken Paxton. That's on May 26th. Congressman Wesley Hunt, also in that first race, did not make the cut. He's out of the running. Cornyn says Paxton is flawed, self-centered, and shameless, and that Judgment Day is coming for Ken Paxton.
I think he'll be an albatross around the neck of all of the Republican candidates, including the 5 new congressional seats that President Trump is depending on to win the majority in the House.
In his remarks in Dallas, Paxton says it's not about personal attacks, it's about what your record of delivering for the people of Texas is, and on that front, he says, John Cornyn has failed us time and again. Now, Cornyn says only President Trump knows if he'll actually endorse in this race. Cornyn says he is in touch with the White House team on all of this. We're also watching the Democratic side of this equation. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett running against State Representative James Tallarico. No call yet in that contest. Trace?
Rich Jensen live for us in Austin, Texas. Rich, thank you. Coming up, Iran now running low on ballistic missiles and launchers. Their waves of attacks slowing down.
We will now not allow Iran to hide behind the immunity of a massive short-term ballistic missile inventory or the ability to make them or launch them.
The latest on Operation Epic Fury is next.
This little light of mine has been dark for quite some time. Then I let in the light to help see more of the light inside of me.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor added Caplyta, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone, building on my progress without starting over. Weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Help see more of the light inside of me.
Your sisters are running early.
Early? This headache.
We've got an hour. Try Painquil,
the max strength liquid pain reliever that starts working fast. Painquil, the aches, pain, strains, head pounding, back aching, fights pain fast medicine.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
At Consumer Cellular, we only hire real humans right here in America.
That's why we're ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
I wish I was human.
It's pretty great. Ranked #1 in customer satisfaction. Call Consumer Cellular.
What you do today changes what you need tonight. Maybe you're getting into something, or getting over something, growing, making a comeback, or making it up as you go. Changing days call for changing nights. That's why the new Comfort Mode mattress from Sleep Number adapts to your changing life. Softer or firmer for personalized comfort, night after night. Only at Sleep Number.
I tried everything for my stubborn dandruff, and then I found Nizoral. It works differently to get to the root cause of dandruff. Its active ingredient is 10 times more effective at fighting fungus, the primary cause of dandruff. Say goodbye to stubborn dandruff with Nizoral, now in refreshing peppermint and tea tree scent.
My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Yes, I actually won!
See this? It just arrived from Deal Dash, a Nintendo Switch 2.
Look what I just won. I love Deal Dash.
With millions of auctions, you too can start winning, like this.
I got this amazing Japanese knife set for just 75 cents.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
And today, new users get a $50 bonus credit. Go to DealDash.com right now for huge savings
and free shipping from our U.S. warehouses.
Doctors say having a medical emergency kit is like having an urgent care and pharmacy at home. Let me bring in Dr. McCullough to explain more.
Most people know when they're getting sick, but waiting to see a doctor is often too late.
So the key is having medicines before you need them.
Yes, and it includes doctor prescribed medicines to treat common and serious issues like generic Z-Pak, amoxicillin, antibiotics, antivirals for flu, pneumonia, strep, ear and sinus infections, UTIs, and more.
So it is like having an urgent care at home.
Exactly. No waiting, no pharmacy, no copays. You feel better faster and avoid serious complications and hospitalizations.
How do you know what to take?
Just match your symptoms to the doctor written guide or schedule a quick telehealth call.
Great advice. I understand ordering is fast online, and we put the website and $45 off code on the screen. Thank you, doctor.
Visit urgentcarekit.com/USA, promo code USA.
That's right, Mom and Dad. My new boyfriend rides a motorcycle.
Oh, it's just a cruiser for unwinding on the weekends. Protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
How responsible.
Very sensible.
And he has a tattoo.
Temporary from my niece. She insisted.
Oh, it's cute. Well, guess what, Mom? I chopped my hair off.
Well, I stand corrected. It's lovely.
No, it's not.
Super cute.
Very in right now. It's my rough and tumble little girl.
Somewhere out there, someone's paying $30 for a single plate of steak and shrimp.
What?
Add a lobster tail, and you're pushing $50.
Really?
But here, it's only $7.99.
In here, we're balling.
It's actually fire.
What is?
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, it's fire. It's fireballing.
Well, the Trump administration briefing members of Congress on Iran, but it appears lawmakers came away with two very different stories. The senior national correspondent Kevin Corke is live in D.C. with the latest on this. Kevin, good evening.
Evening, Trace. House Democrats leaving this evening's briefing on Iran by the Trump administration, expressing even greater frustration than they had going in.
I know on President Trump's side, he thinks that he can do whatever he wants to do and take us into war after war. I mean, I think there's 6 or 7 times already where he's utilized the military. He acts like it's his toy.
But congressional Republicans insist the president's plans are precise and prudent.
Well, maybe they don't want to hear what the plan is because they just don't like this president. They seem to root against anything he does. But everybody's acknowledged the threat that Iran has posed to the world and specifically to the United States for decades.
The great Steve Scalise right there. On hand for the briefing, Secretaries of State and War, the CIA Director, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, that of course being General Dan Raisin Kane. This is an example of the administration's commitment to transparency, so says the White House Trace.
Kevin Corke, live for us in D.C. Kevin, thank you. Let's bring in former Deputy National Security Advisor Steve Yates, former Navy SEAL Cameron Hamilton. I don't know what you make of this, Steve Yates, this whole idea where Iran is suddenly going after all of these other Arab countries and flinging missiles at them. Is there somebody in charge of making these decisions in your estimation, or is this some kind of autopilot thing? It seems to be a bad decision either way, but it appears to be also ongoing.
Ongoing, and it started right from the outset. It does seem a bit like a chicken with the head cut off kind of scenario, and it was part of what we were told was an intelligence assessment that if there was a decapitation strike, that they had these plans in motion with people with orders in the field to conduct various operations without the command and control structure intact. Maybe that's the way it's played out. I hope that we are in the decrescendo phase of their supplies. If so, we've seen a remarkable display of capability by the Israeli and American combined intelligence and military forces. And I'd also say that the missile defense technology that was a dream in the 80s and 90s has absolutely been life-saving and breathtaking in this exchange, and gives me hope for the future if we win that AI and space race. The Chinese tech didn't really hold up in Venezuela and Iran.
Yeah, meantime, I mean, what does it tell you when you talk about the stock being down, the missile stock? And we had 90, Cameron Hamilton, 90 missiles fired on Saturday, and it went down significantly. And today we're down to some 20 missiles. Who knows what it'll be tomorrow, but it clearly looks like they are depleting the stock of Iran.
It absolutely does, Trace. By some estimates, they're down to 40, possibly even 30% of their entire arsenal now available. It's not just their arsenal, though. It's also the specific launching sites. Iran strategically has about 4 different locations for which they launch these missiles, and each of them have been hit very, very severely, to include Qom and many others. So
they're wearing themselves out of capability and the actual operational ability to launch more. I think the president's trying to demoralize the people so that they come to the table very clearly. I'm giving it by Friday.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are on your side on this thing. Meantime, you had General Keith Kellogg, who was talking about, taking out Iranian Navy vessels. He said the following.
What that really did is it allowed you to maneuver through the Straits of Hormuz, which is a strait of about 20 miles wide, point to point, land to land. 80% of the oil comes through the Straits of Hormuz. So by taking out their Navy, which is really good, put them at the bottom of the sea, you kind of freed up one option. Now that means it should have pretty good freedom of maneuver for the oil routes. It was a good move by the president.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great move, Steve Yates. The whole idea is you can sink the Iranian Navy, you can keep the Strait of Hormuz open so the oil keeps flowing, but the bombs keep dropping.
They do, but we have made tremendous strides in air superiority or have sea superiority. The president is unlike any other commander-in-chief. He also thinks about the business end of this. He made sure that America is going to back the insurance necessary for vessels to go through these areas where used to be Lloyd's of London. And so really they've covered a lot of the bases to make sure that whatever market reaction there's been in the near term, if this is hitting a slowdown, then it should come back down to normal. The president was talking the market in that direction today, and I think he's right to do so.
Yeah. Meantime, you had retired Brigadier General John Teichert said this about strategy.
I think that the Air Force and the air components are going to continue to strike two primary target sets. Number one, the command and control, so Iran continues to fight deaf, dumb, and blind. And then number two, those areas where Iran can project power, primarily ballistic missiles and drones, so that they can attack our interests in the region. But I think something important has happened in the last 24 hours or so, and that is that we've gained air superiority. We've demolished their air defenses.
And I think it's a proper assessment, Cameron, because you look at it and it looks like Iran really is kind of fighting right now, deaf, dumb, and blind with fewer and fewer resources.
That's absolutely correct. Their communications infrastructure is also taking a significant toll. So it's not just seeing and perceiving where potential threats are coming from. Their ability to communicate this across their country is now significantly impacted. So this has been a very aggressive tactic. Feeling the whole apparatus of different military engagement, they're simply not able to coordinate in a particular fashion to provide an assault like they normally would.
Yeah, I want to play this soundbite. This is General Jack Keane talking about unprecedented joint action between Israel and the U.S.
I mean, the IDF, everyone knows how good they are, and we've seen them in action many times, and so many Americans certainly appreciate how good the United States military is. Bringing these two together is really unprecedented. We've never done anything quite like this. And that is why we're going to systematically, step by step, shred this regime.
I'd like to get both of your thoughts on bringing these two together, starting with you, Steve Yates.
Well, General Keene's pretty shrewd about these kinds of matters, and it definitely was a division of labor. We had Israeli intelligence that was much better than ours in some cases on leadership targets and some of the other necessary efforts to get at decapitation, while we were looking at primarily military capabilities and taking those out. It worked hand in glove. And so to this point, it looks like a dramatic success. We have to watch out for anything that still may be yet to come. But really, I think the general is right that this was a profoundly successful partnership.
Yeah, Cameron.
Right hand, left hand combination. Obviously, it's very, very lethal. The United States brings overwhelming force and capability. Israel has surgical and protected strikes that are extremely effective. I think it's a tremendous success.
Gentlemen, super smart stuff as always. We appreciate your time. What comes next in Iran? Will we see regime change? Will the current Islamic government hold on to power? Let us know. X and Instagram. At Trace Gallagher, we're back with the Nightcap crew. It always includes you. It's back. We're back in a few minutes.
Still dealing with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease symptoms despite treatment? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently, and it's a once-daily pill.
When symptoms try to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
Rinvoq helped visibly repair my intestinal lining. Check.
I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
Rapid symptom relief. Visible repair of the intestinal lining.
And lasting steroid-free remission. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Put UC and Crohn's in check. And keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Your sisters are running early.
Early? This headache.
We've got an hour. Try PainQuil.
The max strength liquid pain reliever that starts working fast. PainQuil, the aches, pain, strains, head pounding, back aching, fights pain fast medicine.
Think about what is actually on your computer this tax season. W-2s, 1099s, bank statements. Your PC isn't just a machine. It is a digital vault holding your life's work. But here is the scary truth. Standard antivirus software leaves the vault door cracked open. They let unknown programs enter first and then check if they are bad. By then, it's often too late. You need PCmatic. We use American-made default deny technology. It's simple. If we don't recognize a program, it doesn't run. We lock the door tight. And because your data needs to travel safely to the IRS, we have a massive offer. Buy PCmatic antivirus today and you'll get our premium PCmatic VPN absolutely free. Total security for your hard drive and total privacy for your connection. American-made security for homes, businesses, and government agencies. Lock down your financial life. Visit PCmatic.com to claim your offer today.
Worm disease. Fix and please, intestinal worm.
15 million dogs and counting know. Simparica Trio offers triple protection against heartworm disease, ticks and fleas, and intestinal worms, all with one monthly chew. This drug class has been associated with neurologic side effects, including seizures. Use with caution in dogs with or without a history of these disorders. Don't just protect, triple protect.
You installed this?
Even had a few screws left over.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with Farmers, you can get quality and savings.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
The world is changing by the minute for the stories that matter. It's time to put it all in focus. The Faulkner Focus. Weekdays on Fox News Channel.
Mike Keppel here, Patriot Software's founder. My second grade teacher asked the class, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" Every kid answered doctor, lawyer, carpenter, teacher. I answered entrepreneur, which stopped her dead in her tracks. Seriously, what a geeky little kid I must have been. But I continued being a business geek and started multiple companies. Some failed, some succeeded. Patriot Software helps entrepreneurs build their businesses without worrying about their accounting and payroll. That's patriotsoftware.com.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle Magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-460-3618.
Back with the Nightcap crew, Kevin Cork, Michelle Backus, Anita Vogel, Jessica Milan-Patterson, Sheila Nazarian, Shirin Yadigar, and Rabbi Chaim Mentz. What do you think comes next in Iran? Will we see regime change, Sheila?
I do think we're going to see regime change. I don't think that we've lost all of these Iranian lives, lost American soldiers, lost Israeli lives to remain with the same status quo. Absolutely not.
Rabbi?
There's definitely going to be a regime change. But I got to say, today, 2,300 years ago,
The entire Iran negative people were wiped out, and therefore we give presents. In the name of Purim and everybody of the Nightcap crew. Happy Purim.
Look at this. So there'll be a toast after, a genuine one. Shirin, thank you, Rabbi. That's very kind.
Oh, yes, absolutely. There will be a regime change. The people of Iran just need to build their alliances now with the military, factions of the military, and the police. We have one chance to do this, and today is the day.
Anita.
Yes, I do, but I think it's going to take time. It feels like those fundamentalists are entrenched in there, and I think it's going to take time.
Jessica.
I think we're going to see regime change. I think the Iranian people are going to require a regime change. I don't know how it happens, and I think it's too soon to tell which direction it will go in, but I think we will see regime change.
Michelle.
I think we are going to see it, but I think it's going to be up to the Iranian people. They're going to play a pretty big part in this.
Kevin.
Clean sweep. Youth is served. Look for young leadership. It's a dynamic time for the country.
Jennifer says regime change. How will it happen and how long it'll take is what should be asked. Alan, based on what we know, the current regime is no more. That said, I'm only moderately convinced that the new regime will be less extreme. Tammy, who can say? It's entirely up to the will of the people and if they have what it takes to force change. Ron, people in Iran will revolt and demand regime change. Cindy, I think there will be several regime changes until the good people of Iran are happy. Judy says it will never change. The indoctrination is too strong. Thanks for watching America's Late News, Fox News at Night. I'm Trace Gallagher in Los Angeles. We'll see you right back here again tomorrow night.
Pump up the volume.
Go ahead. Crank the volume. We got you. USPS has increased daily package processing capacity by 46% in the past 5 years. And with USPS Ground Advantage, your packages stay in our secure network, dock to door, nationwide. For full visibility, near real-time tracking, affordable pricing, for peace of mind. USPS Ground Advantage.
48% of Americans don't get enough magnesium, which is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Cunol's magnesium glycinate. It's formulated for high absorption and is gentle on the stomach. Cunol, the brand I trust.
You love your land, and you have plans for it. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love the great deals on our versatile, reliable lineup, helping you turn dream projects into reality. Visit your Kubota dealer today for the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Stop by your local dealer or go to KubotaOrangeDays.com.
He was only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Come on, Dad. Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
At Sonobello, we believe in you. This is your time to feel confident.
Before Sonobello, y'all, I was literally a size 10, and now I'm a size 2.
I feel incredible. I've got abs again.
In just one visit, Sonobello's micro laser technology permanently removes stubborn fat.
I look younger. I'm literally living my dream.
Call now for your free, personalized consultation. Easy monthly payment options make your best body more affordable than ever. And military members save even more. Call Sonobello today.
This isn't just a motorcycle. It's an engineering miracle. A time machine.
It's a good friend. It's all your friends.
It's your inner child. And it's all the stars in the sky.
It's a highway to your final form.
And as America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive protects whatever it means to you.
Wait, are you talking to me? Sorry, I can't hear anything with this thing on. This isn't just...
No, I started.
Oh, that's you, sorry.
Doctors' preferred liver defense is doctor-developed to support your natural detox function with clinically validated, triple-tested key ingredients to energize and renew your liver. Find liver defense in the supplement aisle at Walmart. Doctors' preferred. Better science. Better results.
How much better would every day be if you had enhanced mental focus, productivity, concentration, memory, and all-around vitality? The Harrelson's own Divine 7 mushrooms feature the most highly esteemed functional mushroom species available. all combined in one effective and delicious gummy.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next.
Give your life a boost.
Crafted from whole, organic fruiting bodies, these mushrooms are a potent adaptogenic and nootropic superfood. Our water-soluble technology extracts out the pure nutrients so that each gummy can provide you with an effective daily serving of all 7 mushrooms. For me, it just makes everything about my day better. Give the Harrelson's Own Divine 7 mushrooms a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials. HO.com. HO.com.
Hi, Mom. I can't wait for you to hear well again, so I won't have to scream to tell you that I love you.
Now tell me if you can hear this.
Hi, Mom. Oh.
It's not just your hearing. For us, it's your life. That's why we created the Miracle Ear Way, offering unlimited care, including free unlimited servicing, cleanings, and checkups to keep you connected with your loved ones at all times. Unlock our best deals of the year. Call 1-800-650-7799.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic. Aaron Judge, Bryce Harper, the best against the best.
Hello, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno, along with Jessica Tarloff, Jesse Waters, Dana Perino, and Tyrus. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. An Iranian drone hitting close to the U.S. consulate in Dubai, striking a parking lot next to the building. All personnel are accounted for, and the fire has been extinguished. This comes as the U.S. closes 3 separate American embassies in the region. Last hour, sirens could be heard in Tel Aviv. Let's go right to Trey Yanks, who is there in Tel Aviv with the latest. Trey.
Emily, good afternoon. Sirens were sounding across central Israel today. Last hour, another barrage of Iranian ballistic missiles fired toward this country. We know at one location that we went to, you could see the shrapnel aftermath. 7 people there were injured, mostly lightly. As this conflict develops, the Israelis are continuing to go after Iranian leadership. And today they struck Iran's Supreme Council building just south of the capital of Tehran. And Israeli officials say that they killed individuals who are Iranian officials who were counting the votes to determine who would be the next supreme leader of Iran. There's a joint effort underway by the United States and Israel to go after not just the leadership, but also the missile launching positions that are causing this significant damage to the central and northern part of Israel. When we arrived at this site today, there were hundreds of children in the street. They were celebrating the Jewish holiday of Purim, and Israeli officials say it was a miracle that no one was killed. Now, as the Israelis are looking east to this incoming fire, they're also looking north at the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, Iran's largest proxy that continues to launch rockets and drones over the border. The Israelis responding overnight with more strikes against the Lebanese capital of Beirut, striking the Lebanese stronghold of Dakhya. This is a neighborhood in the southern part of Beirut where Hezbollah launches many of their operations from. It's a coordination hub. And the Israelis say they are looking to send a message to terrorists across the Middle East that if they get involved in this war, they will be eliminated. Emily?
Trey, thank you, and stay safe. And now to President Trump earlier today, boasting about how the U.S. strikes have largely, quote, knocked out Iran's military. Watch.
They have no Navy. It's been knocked out. They have no Air Force. It's been knocked out.
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand.
And Secretary of State Marco Rubio delivering an epic smackdown to critics before briefing Congress on the strikes.
Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. And this is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president made this decision.
Dana, successful messaging indeed, and do you see this operation as being successful too?
Well, I mean, yes, so far, and I think that even actually the president and Rubio are the ones saying, "Let's just take a beat, guys. We're in this for the long haul, and I don't know how long the haul will be, and they're not putting a timeline on it, and I think that's correct. I do think that Rubio is an excellent communicator, so you have basically four people right now that are making most of the news in the statement. So there's President Trump, of course, then you have Pete Hegseth and General Kane, and then you have Marco Rubio. But also, those four individuals are extremely busy people, and they have a lot that they have to do and a lot that they have to manage. And so they're the communicators, but also you could see the need for some additional communicators to understand what is going on and what the mission is and how they define success. Like, what does success look like in the end? And that's what some people today are saying, well, how do you define that? I think Rubio got closer to that today. Although I could pick amongst all of them and say, I agree with that, I agree with that. And if you want to talk about a forever war, how about the one that started in 1979? Okay, so we could go back through all of that. At the same time, you are dealing with the fact that Iran is not only ruled by religious lunatics, they are harboring terrorists. The leader of Al-Qaeda today, right now, is alive and living in Tehran. Now, I don't think he was at any of those meetings where everybody went down, but who were they protecting? Who were they giving comfort to? Al-Qaeda, so there's that. And I believe the other problem is that Iran, having taken a beating last summer, didn't take a lesson, right? They said, well, I guess we'll just keep going. And Witkoff last night on Hannity says, they came into the meeting last week and said, we don't care what you do. We have enough material right now for 11 nuclear weapons, or nuclear bombs. So Iran is basically saying, now that they have the fact that the leadership is decimated, they just want to burn it all down. They're like, if we're going down, all of you are going down with us, and that's why you see them attacking everyone else. But they are definitely backed into a corner. I think the Iranians are hoping that Trump and Netanyahu will back down and that they can have some sort of way to survive. What I gather from what the president and the Secretary of State and Secretary of War have said is that that's not going to happen.
Jesse, you've been covering this alongside Dana since that first Saturday. What are your thoughts on how this has been unfolding?
Well, we're crushing them. And you're hearing people say, oh, well, the attack wasn't imminent. Why would you wait for an Iranian attack to be imminent so you can justify it to Democrats? These guys were nuking up. Trump's not going to wait around. He had a window, they had a meeting for breakfast, and he took the shot. You can't allow Iran to blackmail the global economy. Look at Little Rocket Man. Look at what he's done in Asia. Imagine a Muslim Little Rocket Man, what he could do in the Middle East. No bueno. And you'd have a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. Their ballistic missiles can already hit Europe. Couple more years, they're going to be able to hit the east coast of the United States. And China finances the missile program. It is incredibly expensive and dangerous to defend against these missiles. And then you have the terror proxies from Beirut to Baghdad. We all know how that went down. They constantly interrupt the free flow of oil through the strait. It jacks up prices. It jacks up premiums. It boosts inflation. And China buys all the cheap sanctioned oil. That's not going to happen anymore, because what we've done here is now with Venezuela and Iran, we've basically tipped over two petro dictatorships, both proxies of Russia and Iran. It weakens both of those countries. And we now control almost the entire world oil market. And we've kicked out Russia and China from the Middle East, an oil-rich region right in the middle of the world trade from Asia to Europe. That's where all the goods and energy flows. So if this is a successful mission, this is what you call checkmate.
And it's interesting that you mentioned Europe and the weapons being pointed there. And I think the allies of Europe right now have been a little bit quiet, and the real partnerships are unfolding, frankly, in the Middle East, which I think underscores how this President Tyrus has fostered those relationships and created those alliances well before this, so that the ground was fertile for everyone uniting against Iran, or I should say against the Islamic regime.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, we're not going to get a fair shake from mainstream media. Here's we had this major event happen, and the question was, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes? So they can't even respect him just to get an answer. You leave your issues with the Orange Dragon out to ask a question for the American people. I don't think anyone was interested. Did Israel bully you into, like, you're just trying to, always taking a shot at his manhood, always trying to attack him to get him to, and I was very excited to see that he did not jump into it. He just answered them very calm. He's very tempered now. And the thing is like, he's knocked out their Navy, their Air Force, their radar. Now they're going after their rockets. They're sending a message to the world. And it's the exciting part of this is that the Middle East is actually finally responding. This is the one time. President Trump has a record of avoiding wars. He's a peace. He wants peace. He's shown that. I don't know, was it 8? Was it 6 just wars that he stopped all over the, like, and yet no, he can't get any recognition for it. In this action with Iran, and I'm not a military guy, but I can kind of see, I played Clue as a kid. I played Trivial Pursuit. It's pretty easy to figure out. During the last administration, the world was allowed to run buckshot wild. And what president is doing is autocorrect. And all these emboldened things, they are used to what they invested a lot to get those protests here in America, to get those people. We had wide open borders. We don't know who's here. But we do know that there is a concentrated effort to downplay everything that this administration does right here at home. So we all should be looking, watching around, because we don't know who's in our country. And to get information, we have to really pay attention to what is coming. When you hear Rubio speak, who I think is handling this magnificently, President, he's going to give you answers. What I'm concerned with is how much of the American people are going to get actual information based off the way the media is just, initial reaction is, they're just the ex-girlfriend who everything you do is wrong, instead of talking about what we need to talk about.
Jessica, later on in the show, we're going to talk about the Democrat elected officials' reactions and statements about this. But I wanted to ask you about sort of your initial thoughts of all of that incredible footage of those liberated Iranian women who are cheering and celebrating in the streets. It's the first step of many in a long road ahead. But I just wanted to get your reflections on what feels like just an unfathomable joy, a pure joy.
Absolutely, and the soccer team in particular. It's very exciting, and they fought hard for this. Hundreds of thousands of people have died over time, 30,000 in the last month, since we really started, loading up our military capacity in the region. And President Trump said help is on the way, and I hope that this is the help. I would love to know more about what the plan is to make sure that you do have a free Iran going forward. They have plenty of religious lunatics who are standing in line to take over. We can blow them up every morning at their meeting. I assume they're going to stop having those meetings. But there are a lot of them there. I do want to push back on what Tyrus just said about, the media questioning whether we took Israel's lead in doing this as being a knock on President Trump's manhood. They're following the facts. They listened to Secretary Rubio yesterday, and he cleaned up those comments today. But they also know about the briefing that the Pentagon gave on Sunday, where they directly refuted the story coming out of the White House. And they told congressional staffers that it wasn't that Iran was going to attack us. It's that if Iran got attacked by somebody else, then they were going to attack us, and that somebody else was Israel. Those are just the facts on the ground. It doesn't make you anti-Israel or, not a Zionist to talk about that reality. And you see the domino effect. Caroline Leavitt tweeting out pieces in the National Review saying, no, Rubio didn't say this. President Trump saying Iran was going to attack first. That also flies in the face of what the Pentagon briefers were saying. If we were so prepared for this to happen, I find it hard to believe that there would be thousands of Americans stranded across the region. And there are lessons to be learned out of the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan under President Biden. These people should not be going on, the website for the American Embassy in Jerusalem saying, I need to get out of here. And they say, we can't help you, right? You shouldn't call the State Department hotline and they shouldn't say, we can't help you. And I saw there was a tweet this afternoon that there are going to be charter flights. But these people are already there and they're already stranded. CBS is reporting about the 6 soldiers
who died in this at the Kuwaiti base, that it was essentially like a makeshift trailer type thing. It had 6-foot walls, but nothing on top. And they had been apparently asking for more defense systems to fight back the drone capabilities, and they hadn't gotten that. So there are loose ends here, to say the least. And it's not just Democrats pushing back on this. Todd Young, Republican senator, in a GOP lunch this afternoon, saying, what's going on here, guys? What's going on with the story? And pushing back on Lindsey Graham. These are the kinds of things that you should be talking about in the Foreign Relations Committee.
I think what happened was, respectfully, Jessica, is that when they had this meeting in the morning, when the entire leadership goes out in the open, you had to strike immediately. And the plan was, with the Israelis, they were going to launch the first decapitation strike, which would then cause Iran to respond. And knowing that Iran was going to respond to the decapitation strike, we had to go in right then. That's what happened. And that's the opportunity that the president took.
I don't think that we're saying different things. I'm saying it is less clean, and it was not clean out of Secretary Rubio's mouth yesterday, certainly, and he was very frustrated visibly today when the same reporter who had asked him yesterday had to follow up today about it. And Netanyahu, in his interview with Sean Hannity last night, had to play cleanup about it as well.
I was pretty clear about what happened when I saw the full press briefing that Rubio gave. If you just look at the clip, you can have that impression.
It's not like scheduling.
I watched the briefing, and I told you about it yesterday.
Yeah, and that you told me disinformation, and that's why I had to then
do my
own research.
All my fault. Sorry, guys.
All right, guys, coming up next, Democrats and the liberal media seem to be rooting for failure in Operation Epic Fury. That's next.
As a physician, I fielded many patient questions about ways to prevent cancer. And while we learn more every day, we're still not there. But it was my own cancer diagnosis that motivated my total immersion into the research with one goal: to keep my cancer from ever returning. The human body is incredibly capable of protecting us, but we have to do our part. We have to give it the ammunition it needs to fight. My studies led me to create SHIELD, the first of its kind protective nutraceutical system. SHIELD combines 10 high-dose natural ingredients to super boost your immune system and support cellular detoxification. SHIELD is just that, a shield of rare and powerful nutrients to support cellular health and to help fend off disease, so you can live life to the fullest.
Save $25 with promo code NOW at victoryagainstcancer.com.
Doug. Thank you both for coming in. I'm a bit worried about Doug Jr. I know how important Liberty Mutual is to your family.
Now they customize car insurance to save people hundreds.
Right. Well, Doug Jr. keeps writing this.
This Jr.
Well, at least he spelled insurance right, right?
He did not.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Why are so many people buying a toothpaste that is so expensive? Because Dr. Wolf's Bionic is the only toothpaste with 20% hydroxyapatite that brushes on the enamel surface. Poor oral health is way more expensive. Dr. Wolf's Bionic, available at Amazon.
I'm out here telling people how their big financial friend, Experian, can help them find credit cards. Can I ask you a question? Do you have a BFF?
I do have a BFF, yes.
Do you know that you also have a big financial friend in Experian?
Yeah, how does that work?
Your BFF can help you get matched with credit cards based on your FICO score. Download the app.
Okay.
It's all here. You can see cards based on travel, low APR, the rewards, balance transfers, cash back.
I have to try this.
Get the app now from your big financial friend, Experian.
Forget the warm-up. DirecTV got hot. They're on fire with more MLB games than anyone. Welcome to the big leagues, kid.
How old are you?
11.
The Iranian regime is reeling as Operation Epic Fury continues to take its toll.
Jesse details the latest developments in the Middle East tomorrow on Primetime.
Hello, welcome to T-Town. Like man over 40 everywhere. These guys experience a drop in testosterone. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. Some guys took my advice about how to boost their testosterone, and some didn't. This guy got the message loud and clear.
That's right, Nugenix Total T2.
From the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart.
New Genix Total T2, packed with even more man-boosting power. It's the next-generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Get your complimentary bottle by texting LEARN to 231231.
Thanks. It'll make you feel like a new man. And by the way, she'll like it too.
You can only try before you buy with this special offer. Get your complimentary bottle now. Text LEARN to 231231. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Genix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free. Tired of wasting your money on products that just don't work? That's why new Genix Total T2 lets you try before you buy. Just text to claim your complimentary sample. New Genix Total T2. It's the next generation testosterone booster that sends nitric oxide levels skyrocketing in just 3 hours. Feel leaner, stronger, and ready for anything with more energy and drive. Prove it to yourself. Text LEARN to 231231. Do it now and we'll include a bottle of new Genix Neurozone Brain Supplement absolutely free.
And the Democrats and media are ramping up their resistance to Trump's attacks on Iran. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries voicing their pessimism and already forecasting failure. Watch.
The American people want us to focus on making their life better, making their life more affordable, not getting involved in another endless war in the Middle East that is going to end in failure.
Wars without clear objectives do not remain small. They get bigger, bloodier, longer, and more expensive. This is not a necessary war, it's a war of choice.
And some in the media are letting their opposition be known, even framing it as an issue for the Democrats to run on in the midterms.
If this does extend 3, 4, 6 weeks, and the American death toll really accelerates, this is not just a defining moment for this president, but a real problem for his party in a midterm election year.
We don't know why Donald Trump just started this war in Iran. Trump did it basically as a favor.
Can President Trump really take out every dictator on his own without consulting Congress or getting them to vote?
You know, there's something fishy about why he did it to me. It's a distraction, like a wag the dog situation.
Tyrus, can we start with Hakeem Jeffries saying, while we have troops actively working, he says it is going to be a failure. That is
shocking. And here's a guy that I've been on record a few times saying that he was going to be a legitimate threat in the Democratic Party in terms of like presidential, and then he goes and drops something like that. I don't know when we got to the point where when they're saying American people, it's the American people who are going over there. It's our troops that are going over. Those are about as American as it gets. And to not show support, you don't have to agree, but just to use keywords like fail, or when did everyone become these predictors? It's always mass chaos. It's always, oh, the death toll is going to do this and do that. Well, at the moment, it looks like the United States is kicking ass and taking names, literally. They can't even have a Sunday brunch tea anymore to discuss because everything they do, America is one step ahead of them. Where is the support? There is a moment, I think, at least give them the week before you start dropping your criticism from your, something seems fishy to me. Wow, what a journalistic take that was. It was a wag the dog. This is our American lives. I don't think, and the president, again, his resume, forget what you think of him. His resume shows that he is not in the business of putting men and women who serve this country in the line of fire. He avoids it like the plague. And this situation, it is what it is. He's reluctant, but he knows it's the right thing to do, and I'm trusting the process. But when you have these leaders, or they're not leaders, they're sound bites, and instead of being a part of the solution, the other argument would be with all the stuff they're talking about, because now they're going to say the economy's high because of the war. Where are your ideas and solutions? Give us one. Come to the table with one. Where's your magic healthcare? Give us something, because I'm pretty sure if it's good enough, he'd sign it. He's literally said a million times, bring it to my office. So where are your solutions? Always telling us how it's going to end. It's like that one friend who never pays for dinner, always complains about the restaurant.
But rooting for failure is something else.
Yeah, it's new.
Jesse, whenever we deal with the War Powers Act, we have to go back and remind everyone that Congress hasn't declared war since 1942. Mm-hmm. So the claim that Congress wanted Trump to come to them and say, let us know everything and let us vote on it before you take any action. Like, the Congress can't even fund the TSA and FEMA.
Yeah, I mean, and you don't do that with a surprise attack. This isn't Iraq war where you go to the UN and then you have this buildup for a year. and then you ask permission from the Democrats and everybody votes. This was a window, and we took a shot, and we briefed the Gang of Eight before, and we did it afterwards. I don't know why people are surprised. Rachel Maddow doesn't know why we're at war. There's been an armada building in the Gulf for a month. Hannity at 9 o'clock, opposite of her, has been covering it every night while she's been covering Epstein, and she doesn't know why. Call a source. Call someone in the deep state. They'll explain it to you. We've been at war with these people since 1979. Can I talk about Hakeem for a second?
Yes,
Dana,
please.
to say that the U.S. military is going to fail, that's what the Ayatollah said. And he's dead. You cannot have men and women serving, risking their lives overseas on, day 4 of an ongoing military operation, and the lead Democrat in the House says you're going to lose? I mean, everybody overseas watching now knows Hakeem Jeffries does not have their back. And he's asking, well, where does he get the money for this war? Okay, it was in the $900 billion Pentagon budget that he voted for. I think he's losing it.
The other thing is that Hakeem Jeffries, they talk about, in terms of the cost of the bombing, it's like, well, yes, there's the bill actually passed. But they were the ones also the day after Trump's inauguration saying that he hadn't done enough to bring down the price of eggs. So there's that. I know we don't have a ton of time. Jessica, let me go to you and talk about the Democrats. Like John Fetterman today on Newsroom said, but they wanted Iran's leadership to fail. They wanted them to get rid of them, but they just wanted it done in their way. But they had not done it in the past 2 times when they had the presidency.
Yeah, no one disputes that Iran was a mass threat. We've talked about no tears shed for the Ayatollah or the other, 45 some odd people are with him day one and the 80 something that died today. I think it's more about the questions of how long is this going to go on? What does it mean? What does success look like? How many American lives are going to be lost? And tying it back to the fact that Donald Trump was someone who ran on successfully multiple times as the quote-unquote peace president and no troops on the ground. I do think calling it an illegal war and going down that route is pretty fruitless and silly. I mean, Secretary Rubio said yesterday we followed all the protocols. I'm looking right now at the War Powers Resolution notification that they submitted to Congress on time on February 28th before the strikes happened. They have been doing it, quote unquote, by the book up until this point, and they will have the vote on it. And there will be some Republicans who will vote against it. Todd Young is signaling that that may happen. But it is not just Democrats that are concerned about this. I already mentioned Todd Young, the Thomas Masseys of the world, the Rand Pauls of the world. And I think there's a difference between the kind of surgical strikes that we saw with Operation Midnight Hammer or in Venezuela and what this looks like even just a few days in, and our close ally Israel's intention here and how long we know that Netanyahu will go to make sure that Iran is totally eradicated as we know it.
Emily, you work with a lot of veterans groups, and I wonder how you think that language about you will fail lands with either active duty military or the veterans.
I can only speak for myself, where it reads like a betrayal. It reads like a prediction. It reads like there's no faith in those brave men and women who put on the uniform, who have bled under and died under the flag that he rolls his eyes under. Being a loved one of someone who has deployed under Biden and deployed under President Trump, there's a real difference in that stress level, a phenomenal delta between the two. And this is a president who understands the stewardship of our greatest treasure, which is our brave men and women in uniform and in the shadows, and does not take the loss of those 6 American lives lightly. He takes it with the gravitas that it deserves, and I find it despicable that, for example, behind Schumer, we saw Senator Kaine called it an invasion of Iran. And then when Hakeem Jeffries talks about billions of dollars for bombs, it was under Obama's JCPOA that we paid $1.3 billion to Iran in interest alone. The principal was just $400 million, just. And that somehow is supposed to be divorced from what he's talking about. We still pay, by the way, $83 million per week to the Taliban. We still do, because it's caught up right now in the Senate. there's a lot of machinations behind the scenes that have fomented those radicals over there, and the thought that somehow it was fine or that it wasn't fomenting, that there wasn't an absolute daily and constant risk of Americans' lives and of our allied interests is an absolute lie. And for those Democratic senators and congressmen to pretend that there was somehow a stability, that our interests weren't threatened, that the veneer over the abscess that we've been operating under for all of these years can somehow then be kicked down the can just because everyone else before us didn't have the vertebrae to do it. It is such a slap in the face, and I find it massively disrespectful. I feel, however, no surprise whatsoever from any of them who have never shown a modicum of support for the reasons that people sign up for service and the reasons that President Trump has vowed to protect those.
Can I just add really quickly, Ruben Gallego, Seth Moulton, Jason Crow, all Democrats, all veterans that oppose what's going on here and want to see it debated. Those people know.
Do you think they agree with Hakeem Jeffries that it's going to fail?
I don't. I have not seen the comments on that. But I'm just saying there are people who serve this country and know about sacrifice who are concerned about what we're doing over there.
Okay. Coming up next, Hillary Clinton was clearly not thrilled about her Epstein deposition, and Bill seemed very focused on a few old photos.
5150, somebody call the po-po. I'm going crazy. Think about you, baby.
Forget the warm-up. DirecTV got hot. They're on fire with more MLB games than anyone. Welcome to the big leagues, kid.
How old are you?
11.
At Ameriprise Financial, we know our clients are so much more than clients. They're conquerors and champions, parents and caretakers, believers and breadwinners. The goals that matter most to you matter most to us. Helping you achieve them is what we do best. With personal financial advice from an advisor you can trust and goal-based investing in solutions, it's no wonder we have a 4.9 out of 5 client satisfaction rating. Ameriprise Financial, advice worth talking about.
Dear America, at JP Morgan Chase, we believe the greatest investment we've ever made is in you. So now through our Security and Resiliency Initiative, we're putting $1.5 trillion into helping strengthen the energy grids and supply chains that drive ambition, the manufacturing that builds legacy, the AI and quantum computing that creates progress, and the defense and cybersecurity that protects it all. Because we know when we invest in America, the returns are limitless.
This one goes better with the walls.
This is so much easier than the home improvement store.
There's the measurement fee, delivery fee, restocking fee.
And installation.
Oh, no. That's not my department.
With Empire's Home Floor Advantage, we have clear, all-inclusive pricing. No surprises. And installation is on your schedule.
Call or visit EmpireToday.com and get the home floor advantage.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
The way this all fits.
Watch me.
Oh, we're watching, Gary. They're right. We need WeatherTech.
I thought they only make floor liners and cargo liners.
Really, Gary? Really, Gary? Who do you think made the seat protector, side window deflectors, no-drill mud flaps?
And the cup foam.
And I just ordered WeatherTech's newest products. Ta-da!
Hitch Basket makes for easy loading of heavy and bulky gear and increased storage capacity with a roof basket up top. Buy American at WT.com.
WeatherTech for the win.
Nia loved to run, but diabetes almost took that away. Then we got Dexcom G7. Now we can both make sure she's staying in range without finger sticks. Nia's learned so much about managing her diabetes that she's able to do cross country this year. She wants to be the best in the world someday. I think she can do anything.
I know I can.
The stage is set for a weekend where IndyCar and NASCAR go back to back on one track. From Phoenix Raceway, the Desert Double starts Saturday at 3 on Fox.
House Oversight dumping hours of video from the Clintons' Epstein deposition, and it doesn't disappoint. Hillary's head exploding after Congresswoman Lauren Boebert snagged a photo that was then leaked online. Watch this.
If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm done with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home.
This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's So I would sake. like to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was.
It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
And check out the look on Bill Clinton's face as Bubba reminisced a little too fondly about the good old times with Epstein, flipping through photos like it's a school yearbook. That is, until his lawyer swoops in, snatches the papers, and reminds him this isn't story hour. Back to business, Mr. President. Oh, and just to be clear, he did not have sexual relations with that woman in the hot tub?
I don't think there's anybody in the hot tub. I didn't forgotten that there was anybody in the hot tub, but it was big. So we went out, I swam around, I sat in the hot tub for 5 minutes, or whatever it was, and I got up and went to bed.
And then I have to ask this: did you engage in any sexual activity with this person?
And so, not a crime to be in the hot tub.
Not a crime. Not a crime. You know what? Oh man, you know what's terrible about this whole thing is that Bill Clinton was a president, and he was a pretty good president. I mean, whether you like it or not, he balanced the budget. I think everybody got a surplus refund and taxes and stuff. Like, he did some good things, but he will forever be remembered as this guy. Like, this is who he is. And he was actually in pretty good spirits considering the wife was there looking at the same photos. I thought he handled himself pretty well, considering that I would not want to be a fly on the wall in that car ride home. And Hillary was just looking, and she had a right to be upset. Like, let's be honest, she had a right to be pissed. But it could have been anything. At some point, she was going to say that. And she had a right to do that, but they literally could have been like, good afternoon. And she'd be like, it is good morning. I am out of here. You are not, this place is, and I get it. Like, this is, as a wife, I can't imagine, but, oh, Bill, like, you can balance the budget. You can fix all kinds of things in 2 terms, play the saxophone, be cool, but you smoke one cigar, that's it. You're a cigar guy for the rest of your life. Like, he's never going to be, it's tragic.
Dana?
Well, I don't blame her for getting mad. The Clintons asked for a public hearing, and they were denied a public hearing because they wanted to do it behind closed doors because they were going to get all this great information out of it. Well, now we know. You can look at the tapes. Is there great information that came out of it? But if you leak a photo to social media because that's more important to you than adhering to the rules, then, yeah, you're going to get slapped down like that. I think that for the Republicans, I would say there's a lot of problems in this country. Pick your battles. This isn't one of them.
Do you think the Clintons comported themselves professionally in this deposition?
I think they comported themselves true to their brands. I mean, they were both vintage. He was like, I felt uncomfortable seeing his glee at the pictures. Like, I felt like he was reminiscing clearly. And, I was like, oh, God, like, I felt like I was seeing too much. I know, he loves it.
He's like, give me that back.
And then it just reminded me how he was like, I didn't inhale. He's like, I didn't have sex in the hot tub. I mean, whatever. At least in that hot tub photo, he's clearly wearing a bathing suit. And then I felt, Hillary Clinton has always demonstrated a massive defensiveness and refusal to be held not just to account, but through the typical auditing process of the offices that she's been privileged to hold after being the wife of a president. So I found, whatever half second of pressure she felt pales in comparison to what the 4 Raven 23 contractors felt for years and years at her behest, and a lot more. So I think it comes with the territory, but if she wants to freak out, go for it.
She failed to be held to account. She's the most investigated person in American history. Maybe Donald Trump's going to be more than her by the time this is all over. She sits for every committee hearing, and not only that, she says, let's do it publicly. I mean, she's been tailed for 35 plus years, every single move that she makes. And I think it is important that they said to Jim Comer, we want to do this and we want to do it publicly, and he rejected it. And you see the difference between how the Republicans behaved in front of the cameras and how they were when they were actually talking to somebody with that level of intelligence and command of the facts. Lauren Boebert, in front of a mic outside, acted like she was too big for her britches, she's out there, with that kind of energy, like she owned the room. She's like a 12-year-old little girl in there. When Hillary Clinton says, you can't do that because she's violating the rules, she didn't just take the picture, she leaked it to somebody like a Benny Johnson to put it out there to millions of followers and try to humiliate her again.
Yeah, Democrats never leak information.
Stop
to
it, Jesse. This is a
Listen, it
bipartisan
happens.
point that it is
Both
not.
people leak. It's bad,
That-
but they do it.
You know that there was no reason that Hillary Clinton should have been in there for a deposition. You know it.
I don't know what I know. You don't tell me what I know. I
knows
really
a
know
lot.
enough to know what I know.
Jesse knows a lot.
I know more than you think, darn it.
Not more, but he knows a lot.
Just about as much.
Yeah.
Up next, Greasy Gavin Newsom gets a crude awakening. See what we did there after trying to blame Trump for high gas prices.
Today, business happens virtually everywhere. That's why you need Supermobile from T-Mobile. In moments of high demand, T-Mobile's network adapts to put your business connection first.
Supermobile, the best business plan on the best network.
I wish I wasn't afraid to smile.
I wish I could get implants.
I wish I knew who to trust.
I'm not looking for another quick fix. I want a smile I know will last.
Clear Choice smiles are made to stand the test of time. They're built by dental implant experts, backed by 20 years of pioneering research and a lifetime warranty on premium arches. Our smiles are built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
In 2024, the IRS flagged nearly 2 million tax returns for possible identity fraud.
Someone stole my social security number and filed a tax return in my name, and I'm a CPA.
Your tax forms have all the personal information needed to commit identity theft, and you're not the only one with a copy, which makes you vulnerable. Only LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss. And if your identity is stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it, guaranteed. Enroll now.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion.
And make us happy or sad.
But there's one word that stands out because when people say it, lives are changed. It's not a big word.
It's itsy bitsy.
It's only 3 little letters. But when you say it,
the life of a kid like me can be changed.
So, what is this special word?
It may surprise you.
It's yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes to becoming a monthly supporter of Shriners Hospitals for Children. That's right. Your monthly support allows the doctors and nurses at Shriners Hospitals for Children to give the most amazing care anywhere and change the lives of kids like me. And me.
And me.
Because people like you have said yes. Now I can play football. And I can play catch.
And I can walk.
So what do you say? Will you say yes right now? It's so easy. All you have to do is pick up the phone or go to loveshriners.org right now and say yes. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. My life is filled with possibility because of the monthly support of people just like you who called the number on your screen and said yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Your yes is making a difference in my life and the lives of so many other kids like me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to say yes right away.
Allergies keeping you up? Take Zyzol at night. It lasts up to 6 times longer than Benadryl, relieving allergies the entire night. So you wake refreshed for a productive next day. Be Wisol. Take Zyzol at night.
When you put that jersey on, something comes over you.
Welcome to the World Baseball Classic.
Aaron Judge,
Bryce Harper.
Absolute madness!
The best against the best. Fucking Jesse. The greasy one is trying to pull a fast one. California Governor Gavin Newsom is blaming, guess who, Trump, for higher gas prices in the state. Watch.
Gas prices are going up. Every $10 increase in a barrel is roughly 24 cents per gallon that you'll be paying more because of Trump's war. The concerns we have as it relates to gas scarcity or potential just spiking of prices in the next days, weeks, and potentially months, as Donald Trump said today, that this could be months and months of additional attacks.
Emily, since we're both from the Golden State, although it's not really golden anymore, it's more tarnished. But anyway, do you think Gavin has been aware at all of all the oil refineries that have been closing up because of all the restraints he's put on them, or is it's just easy to say Trump?
That's why it kills me to listen to him. You know, he just inserted himself in foreign policies and international geopolitics in Germany, you know, at flaunting and advocating for his potential 2028 run, and then comes back and has the nerve to say that when his policies have absolutely had such an impact on living in California in so many different ways of cost, everyone has fled. And by the way, if he even had a slight understanding of what was going on in the region, I would say let's pretend what he said was accurate and it's additional 24 cents. I will gladly pay that to be safe from all of the evils that were lurking there latently while he gets to comb his hair and go to French Laundry. So I see him as a joke, and I'm not quite sure why he is clearly surrounded by yes people who are not saying to him, hey, Governor, I think you should sit this one out. This is for the adults.
Jessica, I have one question for you. How dare you?
So he's not right. He's not wrong on the facts of the increase in oil. We've seen that gas has gone up 10 cents today as a result of all of this. But obviously, California has had very high gas prices compared to the national average. Their blend is this cleaner blend to prevent more smog. It's more expensive. They also have a big consumption tax for their roads that ends up getting put onto the consumer there. So that's how you end up with more expensive gas. But he's not wrong. And you say, I'll gladly pay more for it. There are going to be Americans who are going to say, I am not glad to pay more for gas because of a war abroad. That is a real sentiment on the right and on the left.
But are they willing to pay more for gas for ridiculous policies like banning combustion engine cars and forcing everyone into an EV? That was only because Trump and the Congress got that law off the books. President Trump saved him from something even worse. It's not just that gas prices are a little bit more in California. $4.70 today in California versus $3.10 the rest of the country.
Jesse, I couldn't help but notice, I'm sure you did as two alpha males, the way that he presented that, his voice was deeper. He only used one hand to move. Is this going to get more traction because he's doing a little more of a macho? See that? See how he's pointing? There's not the two hands going on?
He has been crossing his legs left.
Very water-like presentation. I just like to put that out there.
He could slash some of the taxes he slaps on gas if he wants to give California a little relief, or he could build a pipeline. I just found out there's not a single pipeline connecting California to the rest of the country. California imports foreign oil from Saudi Arabia instead of getting it just shipped in from Texas. It's like this guy's out of his mind.
They did just authorize a bunch of drilling in the Central Valley, which
it's rude to interrupt.
Finally.
And they get water from Arizona.
It was additive. And
coming up next, a breaking news update about our CIA station in Saudi Arabia.
Life with AFib can mean a lifetime of blood thinners. And if you're troubled by falls and bleeds, worry follows you everywhere. Over 500,000 people have left blood thinners behind with Watchman. Watchman is a safe, minimally invasive, one-time implant that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
I wish I could just watch live sports at home for a great price.
Sling lets you do that. Sling lets you do that. Sling lets you do that.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that. Base package required.
TikTok has over 50 preset safety and privacy settings to protect teens. Plus, as a parent, I set up family pairing to help shape my teen's experience on the app. Because when safety comes first, discovery can follow.
He was only 47. Aneurysm.
Did he have life insurance?
Do you?
No, you got to get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Come on, Dad.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
So the offense is your Bills. The defense is Experian. That's our BFF, right? Experian is there to help lower your bills and save money and time. Money and time. Go download the app today.
Experian.
The stage is set for a weekend where IndyCar and NASCAR go back to back on one track. From Phoenix Raceway, the Desert Double starts Saturday at 3 on Fox.
When news breaks,
I'm Martha McCallum, and this is the story.
Martha breaks down the big picture with smart insight to make sense of it all. The Story with Martha McCallum on Fox News.
This is your brain, or at least how your brain feels as you age. And this is your brain on Mindful Advantage. Doctors preferred Mindful Advantage, the cutting-edge, science-backed brain health supplement that will help keep your mental edge sharp.
To get your complimentary sample of Mindful Advantage, just text MIND to 231231.
Mindful Advantage boosts your memory, improves focus, and helps you think faster starting in just 90 minutes by targeting 5 areas of brain function with 5 key brain-boosting ingredients. Ingredients backed by 7 clinical studies.
It makes me feel focused and sharp.
I feel more like I felt years ago.
Think faster in just 90 minutes with Mindful Advantage.
To get your complimentary sample of Mindful Advantage, just text MIND to 231231. Text now and we'll send you a bottle of Doctor's Preferred Magnesium absolutely free. So text MIND to 231231.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
A Fox News alert, an official source has confirmed that a suspected Iranian drone has hit a CIA station in Saudi Arabia's capital. Jennifer Griffin is live in Washington. Jennifer, what do we know?
Well, Jessica, we've confirmed with an official source that, in fact, it was an Iranian drone that struck the station, the CIA station in Riyadh. It was part of that U.S. Embassy compound, part of that drone strike last night that led to damage at the embassy. This is certainly a symbolic victory for the IRGC. Nobody was injured. Nobody was at the embassy at the time. The Washington Post was the first to report on the incident and that it was, in fact, the CIA station that was targeted and hit. But what this indicates is that drones, the Iranian drones, are going to be a big problem. They can take out the missile launchers and even the missile stockpiles, but they have thousands, if not tens of thousands of these drones, and anyone can put them in the back of a truck and fire them. These are really the new suicide bombs of the next phase in the Middle East, and they're going to be a problem for some time.
U.S. defense officials are saying that the, quote, waves of Iranian missiles are declining. What does that tell you about where this conflict is going?
Well, I think in terms of ballistic missiles, the long-range missiles, the cruise missiles, I think that the U.S. and Israelis have been very effective in taking out the missile launchers and hunting down some of the mobile launchers. They still are able to get some of them off, but I think Israel has reported that that on Saturday 90 ballistic missiles were fired at it. Today, just 20. So it is going down, and I'm hearing from CENTCOM officials that in fact they're seeing fewer and fewer in these waves. But again, these drones are going to are causing a lot of damage. They're the ones that have struck these hotels in Dubai and Bahrain and elsewhere, and they're going to be a problem for some time.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer, and for your reporting. It's been very useful for all of us. Appreciate your time. We're going to keep monitoring this breaking story, and one more thing is up next.
Go ahead. Crank the volume. We got you. USPS has increased daily package processing capacity by 46% in the past 5 years. And with USPS Ground Advantage, your packages stay in our secure network, dock to door, nationwide. For full visibility, near real-time tracking, affordable pricing, for peace of mind. USPS Ground Advantage.
In the land of Israel, before the Gospels, before the cross, there was David.
And so, you have nothing to fear from me. Please tell me how to help you.
Under the eyes of a mad king, he was hunted. Under the weight of destiny, he stood tall. And under the hand of God, he became a legend.
This day, the Lord will conquer you, and I will kill you.
I'm Zachary Levi, and this is David, King of Israel. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Spring is the time to join Fox Nation. Sign up for just $2.99 a month. Start streaming today.
Thought they were cooling off on the sidelines? Well, they're just getting warmed up.
Surprise! DirecTV got hot.
Hey, you know, I played in high school.
Really?
Well, I went to high school. I didn't go to high school.
Anyway, it's never been easier to keep up with your favorite sports on live TV and streaming apps. So hot. Wait, there's no ice in yours. Why would I ruin a perfectly good bath?
As an emergency physician, I know parasitic infections are more common than previously believed. Most patients have no idea how they got parasites or that parasites might be causing their health problems. Parasites can enter your body through undercooked meats and fish, unwashed fruits and vegetables, contaminated drinking water, bug bites, and even from pets. Once inside, they feed off your body and can cause fatigue, digestive problems, joint and muscle pain, or insomnia. Parasites can also damage your heart and vital organs. You may not know how they got in, but getting them out is easy with Parasite Cleanse. Backed by science, Prescription Parasite Cleanse includes a Nobel Prize-winning ingredient that's safe for humans. If you think you're one of the millions of Americans with parasites, try Parasite Cleanse.
Visit fulldetox.com/clean, promo code clean. That's fulldetox.com/clean, promo code clean.
Think about what is actually on your computer this tax season. W-2s, 1099s, bank statements. Your PC isn't just a machine. It is a digital vault holding your life's work. But here is the scary truth. Standard antivirus software leaves the vault door cracked open. They let unknown programs enter first and then check if they are bad. By then, it's often too late. You need PCmatic. We use American-made default deny technology. It's simple. If we don't recognize a program, it doesn't run. We lock the door tight. And because your data needs to travel safely to the IRS, we have a massive offer. Buy PCmatic antivirus today and you'll get our premium PCmatic VPN absolutely free. Total security for your hard drive and total privacy for your connection. American-made security for homes, businesses, and government agencies. Lock down your financial life. Visit PCmatic.com to claim your offer today.
You hear the ambulances behind me. You see the black smoke rising from the horizon. This is war.
The Islamic Republic is retaliating, hitting at least 9 different countries throughout the Middle East.
The State Department is telling all Americans to leave the Middle East.
It's time now for one more thing. Jesse.
You know what a waterfall is, right, Emily?
Yes.
Okay, how about a firefall? Have you ever seen one of these things?
Oh,
before?
I love
Check this out. This is at Yosemite, right? California, right, Tyrus?
Yes, sir.
It's a little natural light phenomenon known as firefall. It's when the sun sets on Horsetail Fall, making it look like a molten orange water stream is pouring down the granite fellsef. El Capitan.
El Capitan, yes, you are. It's a great place. Hey, I've camped there. It's a great place.
You go camping?
I used to go, yeah.
That is news to me.
I love it, yep.
Tonight, Jesse Watters Primetime, Ted Cruz, 8 p.m.
Awesome, Dana. I've been wanting to do this one for a week. Maybe you've seen it online. Here is a group of guys teaching their teammate to ride a bike. You've never ridden a bike. This is in Fort Scott, Kansas. And look at these guys. All the teammates roaming along with him. A dozen of his friends helped him figure it out. Now, once you learn to ride a bike, you're set. Podcast with Michael Allen, very timely on foreign policy.
Jessica, I wanted you to have a punch update.
Oh.
Now that I know that you're
Well, I just found out that Punch has to be separated from his orangutan because it's preventing him from actually getting to know the other monkeys well enough. So it's going to be a big breakup. It's really upsetting.
These things happen.
Also really upsetting. I'm scared of going up in hot air balloons, and this is kind of why. Got tangled nearly 900 feet up in a cell tower. Firefighters to the rescue, climbed the tower, and safely rappelled the two people down. Shout out to those firefighters. I am never doing that.
It is the one thing I won't do either. Tyrus.
Yeah, bear traps and air balloons. I'm good. You know what time it is, Jesse. It's time for the Planet Tires Comedy Tour. And we're marking them out because now we're getting ready for our big California run. Hopefully gas prices are down by the time I get there. But April 9th through April 15th, we will be all places California. Whatever little tickets are left. Every city in California.
Are you going to invite Gavin Newsom to come to one of your shows and like interview him?
I would, but I'm dyslexic and I don't want to catch the hand thing. So
Well, wait, no, honestly, what if he came and you interviewed him? That'd be...
I will, yeah, for Jesse I will, because Jesse and him have that bromance.
Do it for me.
Okay, my turn. Shoppers in upstate New York were treated to a rare find, a real live owl on the shelf, resting peacefully next to a cookie jar in the shape of a chicken. Customers alerted the staff that they spotted something extremely lifelike. Police gently cradled the sleeping owl and released him into the wild. And on that good note and good news, that's it for us. Have a great night.
Operation Epic Fury is taking a serious toll on the mullahs. Trump says the Iranians want to talk, but it's too late.
They have no Navy, it's been knocked out. They have no Air Force, it's been knocked out. They have no air detection, that's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about everything's been knocked out.
1,000 Iranian fighters have also been knocked out. And that doesn't include the Ayatollah and his lieutenants. Earlier today, the remnants of the regime were holding a vote to pick the next supreme leader when the meeting ended early due to an Israeli missile. The president says the damage was substantial and a third wave of attack is in the works.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group, they may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
The response from Tehran's been a mix of short-range missiles and cheap drones thrown haphazardly at our allies. U.S. Central Command's hunting down their launchers, taking them out one by one without apology or hesitation. The second they fire off a missile, we know exactly where it comes from and can take out the launch pad. Today, another Iranian drone struck near a U.S. consulate in Dubai. Thankfully, no injuries. And a CIA station at our embassy in Saudi Arabia has just been hit. Small amount of damage, no casualties. But the Saudis now say a line's been crossed. Sources believe the kingdom is very close to deploying its own air force to join the fight. Soon the Saudis will be flying sorties with the Israelis. Think about that. The entire Mideast is united against this terroristic regime. Sources tell us the next 24 hours is going to be intense. Rubio was on Capitol Hill today saying, get ready.
You're about to see, we're going to unleash Chang on these people in the next few hours and days. You're going to really begin to perceive a change in the scope and in the intensity of these attacks as, frankly, the two most powerful air forces in the world take apart this terroristic regime and defang it.
The Arab world's united, and now the Islamic Republic doesn't stand much of a chance. Trump's even been on the phone with the Kurds. We might be able to arm them and use them as boots on the ground. Europe, on the other hand, needs to be better.
And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain. I'm not happy with the UK either. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Now we know why we can't rely on NATO for Greenland. They won't let us use their bases to fight the #1 state sponsor of terror. The United States is doing the world a favor, and the administration says it was now or never.
Listen, let me explain to you guys this in simple English, okay? Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. And this is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them.
Trump's top negotiator, Steve Witkoff, says the Iranians walked up to the negotiating table dangerously cocky.
In that first meeting, both the Iranian negotiators said to us directly, with no shame, that they controlled 460 kilograms of 60%, and they're aware that that could make 11 nuclear bombs, and that was the beginning of their negotiating stance. So they were proud of it. They were proud that they had evaded all sorts of oversight protocols to get to a place where they could deliver 11 nuclear bombs.
The president said the United States needed to shoot first.
You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that.
The White House says these are the objectives. Don't wait for Iran to get a nuke, nuclear blackmail, no fun. And they might even launch first. Their ballistic missiles needed to go. They can already reach Europe, and in a few years they could reach New York. Obama gave the Iranians the money to build the missiles they're shooting at us right now. What a disgrace. Their Navy must be eliminated so they can't choke off oil flows and jack up prices and cause inflation. Their terror proxies, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, have done too much damage. And the Chinese have been financing the Iranian military and buying their cheap sanctioned oil at a discount. That ends now. Iran and Venezuela, that would make 2 petro-dictatorships we flipped. They're proxies of Russia and China. And now we control most of the world oil market and kicked the Chinese and Russians out of the Middle East. Beijing and Moscow haven't lifted a finger to help their ally in Tehran. The whole world sees that. And all the Chinese missile defense batteries they sold to mullahs, we took them out on day 1. Made in China, you get what you pay for. This war is going well. It's ahead. This war is going well. It's ahead of schedule, but it's early. In the short term, high oil prices are going to make things a little more expensive. But Trump's promising to ensure shipping through the straits and directing the Navy to escort oil tankers to keep energy flowing. The Trump administration is basically now the new Lloyds of London. So buckle up. Now we have full control of the skies. Iranian missile launches have gone from about 100 a day to now just 20. The U.S. Air Force has just begun significant bombing runs targeting every inch of the regime's military and political infrastructure. B-52s currently conducting a shock and awe campaign over the Iranian capital, targeting Republican Guard command and control nodes, as well as weapons depots and missile assembly facilities. We pray for our service members putting their lives on the line and hope that Operation Epic Fury continues to be a success. Harley Littman's a foreign policy expert and geopolitical analyst. Harley, now we have a massive bombing campaign going over the skies of Tehran. This is a new phase, they're saying. What does that tell you?
Well, it tells you that while war is always bad, it's sometimes necessary. There was a national threat assessment that disclosed that in less than 8 years, Iran will have 60 ICBMs that will be able to reach American cities. So this was a wise decision of the administration to be able to have this preemptive attack and take out a threat to America's national security.
And the Chinese were financing this missile program. They were using Iran as a port as a forward operating base. So to now knock this out, what does that mean for the United States and China?
Huge. Remember, China is our #1 adversary, and Iran has the second largest oil reserves in the world, the third largest gas reserves in the world, and China desperately depends on this oil and gas. And Iran was selling 90% of their oil to China. By the United States having control of that from Venezuela and Iran, we have a powerful leverage play with China. This is extremely important because when you look at our enemies, North Korea, Russia, China, and Iran, you have to see that combined, arguably, they may be stronger than the United States. But President Trump has an ingenious strategy that is giving us a tremendous advantage that will enable us to prevent a much wider war and would arguably be able to prevent China from attacking Taiwan because they're very weak right now.
And the significance of the Saudis getting off the sidelines.
Well, this is a force multiplier for the United States. The fact that the Gulf nations who have been playing defense right now to protect themselves are now shifting to offense. So to have all these countries, even Qatar, which is a questionable friend of the United States, is the headquarters of the Muslim Brotherhood, the fact that they may be actually working with the United States against Iran will strengthen our ability to defeat Iran quicker, have less deaths, and probably be able to bring a new era of peace in the Middle East, because now you have Israelis and Arabs working together, which you've never seen before in history.
Yeah, history in the making. Lippman, great to talk to you. Thank you so much. Bill Roggio is a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Bill, Spain, Great Britain, not being the best allies right now. What does that mean?
Yeah, this is a difficult issue for the Trump administration. I think the United Kingdom, it's a big disappointment. They've been our partner in every military operation since World War II. We supported them in the Falklands Island conflict. It's a sign of the times. This is the way Europe is going. This is why, I'm a supporter of NATO and the NATO alliance. But our partners have fallen down at times, and this is not just in the U.S. interest or the Israel's interest. This is in striking Iran's nuclear program. It's in the world's interest, particularly in Europe's interest as well. They would be far closer to the missiles that can be deployed by the Iranians. It's not surprising, but it is disappointing.
And so we keep hearing stories also about these drone attacks, these cheap, deadly Iranian drones slipping through our defenses. How big of a threat are they?
They are a threat. I mean, we've seen this in Ukraine. These are some of the same drones that the Iranians have supplied to the Russians to launch attacks in Ukraine. You can launch a lot of them. They're cheap. They're easy to deploy, and they're hard to track. They are a threat, and it's another reason. Look, what Iran is doing in these attacks against its neighbors, even neighbors like Qatar and Oman, who are supportive of the Iranian regime, this is all the more reason that this regime needs to be wiped off the face of the earth. And the Iranian people need to take control of their country. The only way a nuclear threat from Iran, the terrorist threat that they foiled our operations in Iraq and even in Afghanistan, the only way that you could ensure that this doesn't happen is to remove this regime.
So we are, and we keep doing it every time they all get together.
I hope so.
And, I mean, how deep is this bench? Every time the remnants get together, we blast them out of the sky. Who's next?
Well, Jesse, I can tell you this from tracking targeted killing operations against Al-Qaeda, the Islamic State, who have far less resources and a far thinner bench than the Iranians have. These organizations persist despite persistent campaigns. I don't think there's a quick fix to this. The administration needs to keep their eye on the ball, keep targeting the administration. And there needs to be a ground game here. This needs to be the Iranian people need to organize. They need to fight the Iranian regime. They need to kick them out. and take control of their future. This is my one concern about this campaign. I don't see a coherent ground game. I hope that there's plans in the work and that we're organizing this. I hope we have been, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, remember how long it took to train the Afghanistan army and all those people, and then they just disappeared? Hopefully the Iranian people have a little more fortitude. Bill, thank you. Just moments ago, the commander of U.S. Central Command, Admiral Brad Cooper, released a video update on Operation Epic Fury. He confirmed that so far we've struck more than 2,000 targets, sunk 17 ships, and that the United States has unleashed kamikaze drones. Listen.
Also, for the first time, U.S. Central Command's drone task force, called Task Force Scorpion Strike, launched countless one-way attack drones, achieving massive effects. I'd like to point out these drones were originally an Iranian design. We took them back to America, made them better, and fired them right back at Iran.
Chuck DeVore is a retired Army intelligence officer. I mean, it sounds like we captured this Iranian drone, reverse engineered it, and sent it right back in their direction.
Yeah, that's amazing because it always happens to us, right? The Chinese and the Russians always copy our stuff. This is like, I think, the only time we've ever copied someone else's stuff, so I'm glad to see it.
So you just heard the last guest talk about the difficulty of the population rising up for themselves in Iran. Without boots on the ground, he said, and without arms, that's difficult. Is that a worry that you have?
Well, first of all, every war is different. Every people are different. The Iranians are not Afghanis. They're certainly not Iraqis. They're a different people. The Persians have been an empire for a long time. They have a well-organized expatriate community, mostly in America. When I was in the legislature, I think I had about 40,000 Persians that lived near my district or in my district. So I think that things may go differently than some of the critics believe. In the meantime, Jesse, we are degrading the instruments of repression every hour in Iran. All of those police, all of the Revolutionary Guards that have been killing protesters, their command and control is being destroyed. Their senior officers are being killed at a rapid rate. So I think at some point you may see regional uprisings that the regime may find very difficult to put down, probably starting with the Kurds.
So we had, I think it was Rick Prado, former CIA intelligence officer, talk about how we need to smash the police force to smithereens because that gives the Iranian population more room to maneuver. What else would you degrade right away to enhance the ability of the people of Iran to stand up and take over their country?
Well, I can think of three things. First of all, the command and control from the top, and you're already seeing that with the religious leadership. Number two, the Basij. These are really nasty people that enforce some of the religious rules on the street level. And then number three, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. This is a foreign terror designated organization. They operate all over the world. And you may recall that President Trump took out their leader in his first term.
Yeah. And how long do you think this regime can hang on? What are we in, day 4?
Well, yeah. What's really important, you already mentioned it in your opening monologue, the number of missiles coming out of Iran is now 20 versus 100 on day 1. So every time we eliminate a missile launcher, that frees up aircraft to go after regime targets. And so what you're going to see, I think, is increasing pressure on the regime day by day. And it's hard to tell at what point the regime just cracks and breaks under pressure. They obviously slaughtered somewhere near 30,000 of their own people in the last few weeks. That indicates to me that there's a lot of fight in the people. There's a lot of desire for change in Iran. And I think we're going to see it in a few weeks, Jesse.
Yeah, I never looked at it that way. That's interesting. Thank you so much. Great analysis. We appreciate it. The White House goes toe-to-toe with Democrats over Iran.
Still dealing with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease symptoms despite treatment? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently, and it's a once daily pill.
When symptoms try to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
Rinvoq helped visibly repair my intestinal lining. Check.
I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
rapid symptom relief, visible repair of the intestinal lining.
And lasting steroid-free remission. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Put UC and Crohn's in check and keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
It looks like an ordinary staircase, but as you age with occasional nerve discomfort that can feel like stabbing or pins and needles in your hands and feet, sometimes stairs can bring worry. As a retired doctor, now that I'm older myself, I take Nervive. Nervive Nerve Relief has ALA to start reducing occasional nerve discomfort in 7 days. Getting older happens, but living with occasional nerve discomfort doesn't have to. Try Nervive like I did and get your freedom back. Feel alive with Nervive.
Power of disease. Intestinal worm.
15 million dogs and counting know. Simparica Trio offers triple protection against heartworm disease, ticks and fleas, and intestinal worms, all with 1 monthly chew. This drug class has been associated with neurologic side effects, including seizures. Use with caution in dogs with or without a history of these disorders. Don't just protect, triple protect.
Pollen in your way?
Allergies on a hike.
Great. Plus, a risk of brain fog.
But we've got Allegra.
Allegra delivers fast, powerful allergy relief with no brain fog due to drowsiness. Try now Allegra. It's a no-brainer.
If you're over 50, Consumer Cellular has special deals for you. Need unlimited talk, text, and high-speed data? That'll be $35 per month, or way more with big wireless. Why haven't you switched? See how we can cut your bills. Call Consumer Cellular.
Before starting SEEDS DSO1, I would have frequent, uncomfortable visits to the bathroom. Almost like a sour feeling and a bloated feeling. It was really affecting my life. After taking DSO1, I would feel consistent throughout every day. It was nice to wake up, feel regular, and then go about my day and not have any other bathroom visits. DSO1 is definitely going to be a part of my long-term health journey.
Visit seed.com to start DSO1 today.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
Outnumbered is outrating the rest. Smart, bold, and always ahead of the curve.
Certainly, everybody can get behind that.
Outnumbered on Fox News. America is watching.
Don't buy Viagra or Cialis anywhere before trying this trick. It's called Friday Plans, and it's the only way to get 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra or 20 milligram generic Cialis delivered for just $7. Let me show you. First, scan the QR code to go to getfridayplans.com. Then, you select if you need generic Viagra or Cialis, the quantity you need, I'll pick 9, and the dosage. I'll pick 100 milligram, thank you very much, and then their system will see if you qualify. Give it a second to find the best deals, and boom. Look at that. 9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for just $7. 9 tablets of 20 milligram Cialis are the same price. The prescription and shipping are free. Scan the QR code to go to getfridayplans.com and see for yourself.
no signs of slowing down in the Middle East. While a U.S. consulate and CIA station were struck, no casualties have been reported. The U.S. Air Force is unleashing hell on the terror regime, punishing the Iranian military with a heavy bombardment of devastating surgical strikes. The U.S. and Israel achieving full air superiority, and we're having our way with the enemy. Back here at home, Democrats are complaining and want to vote. Congressional correspondent Bill Malugin is live in Washington with more. Bill.
Hey, Jesse. Well, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was up here on the Hill today giving classified briefings on Iran to all of Congress, not just the Gang of Eight. But unsurprisingly, Democrats came out of those briefings not liking what they heard.
I left the intelligence briefing more concerned than reassured. If the case for war were strong, it would be consistent. Instead, the rationales change by the hour.
It's also very clear this administration has no plan for the day after. They've stumbled into this. They are trying to destroy the Iranian regime, and they have no plan for what comes next.
But Republicans came out saying Democrats are just playing politics.
Maybe they don't want to hear what the plan is because they just don't like this president. They seem to root against anything he does.
Democrats are now demanding a vote on a war powers resolution for Iran, accusing President Trump of illegally bombing Iran without congressional approval.
We are not going to allow this administration to continue to act illegally, unconstitutionally, and without the designated authority to do what it is doing.
But Jesse, you'll remember this. Back in 2011, Nancy Pelosi said then President Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya.
Madam Leader, you're saying that the president did not need authorization initially and still does not need any authorization from Congress on Libya?
Yes.
Thank you both.
Thank you all very much.
Well, I asked House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries about that earlier today.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Back in 2011, Nancy Pelosi said that then President Obama didn't need congressional approval to bomb Libya. Now House Democrats say President Trump needs that approval to bomb Iran. What's the difference?
Well, obviously, Libya and the circumstances connected to that were very different than the circumstance that we face in Iran right now. I mean, I don't even understand the genesis or basis of that question. Not suggesting that you're not asking it in good faith.
Libya went on for 7 months.
As I've indicated, first of all, it was not in Congress at the time.
And Jesse, Congresswoman Pelosi's office told us tonight that they considered Libya back then to just be a limited operation, even though it lasted for 7 months and included a no-fly zone, while they consider what's going on in Iran right now a, quote, potential escalating war. They say you need congressional approval for that, even though we're only 4 days into this thing, Jesse. I'll send it back to you.
Bill, thank you very much. Texas Senator Ted Cruz joins us now. Senator, you see these Democrats pour out of these intel briefings, and I don't know if they're going to different briefings than you guys are. Why are they saying these things?
Well, unfortunately, facts don't matter for today's Democrats. The national security doesn't matter for today's Democrats. I was in that same briefing. It was a 2-hour classified briefing this afternoon, and we had the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the head of the CIA, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, all laying out the really incredible successes the American military has had and the Israeli military has had in these first 4 days. And I will tell you, more than half the briefing was questions from various senators, and it alternates Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican. Every single Democrat, their questions were just attacking the operation. And really, you know, it is amazing to see Democrats line up to effectively defend the Ayatollah. You look at that exchange you just had with Hakeem Jeffries. His answer, what's the difference? Well, that was Barack Obama. So they supported whatever Barack Obama did. This is Donald Trump, and they oppose whatever Donald Trump does. And there used to be a time when politics ended at the water's edge, that the two parties would be partisan on political conflicts at home, but when it came to standing up to America's enemies, we stood together. I will say it is distressing watching Democrats just use everything as an excuse to attack President Trump. The president's decision to launch this military action was the single most consequential decision of his presidency. And the fact that the Ayatollah is dead that his senior leaders have been eliminated, that the missiles they're developing are being eliminated. That is making America much, much safer. The reason the president gave the order to begin the bombing is because Iran presented a serious threat to the United States. Iran, over 47 years, has been the #1 funder, state funder of terrorism in the world. Over 90% of Hamas's budget comes from Iran. Over 90% of Hezbollah's and the Houthis' budget comes from Iran. The Ayatollah was responsible for murdering nearly 1,000 Americans and also for hiring hitmen to try to murder President Trump. And so President Trump acted decisively. The suburbs or the rural areas in Texas.
Okay, should be interesting down there in the Lone Star State. Senator Ted Cruz, great to talk to you as always. Thank you very much.
You too.